Chapter 1634. Mo lay, followed behind Dong Wushang, her black clothes fluttering in the wind, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. With Dong Wushang around, there was really no room for Mo lay to make a move. Dong Wushang's aura had already protected his wife tightly. Anyone who came from the front would be dealt with a single slash. If someone came from the back, fine. Just one slash, and the saber chi would disperse, and the person would be dismembered on the spot. Following that would be the suppression of divine sense, and the person's body and soul would be destroyed. Discussions about the tribulation finally started. Dong Wushang's side had already cleared the area. There was no other reason other than the environment at Dong Wushang's side was a little too bloody. The ground was stained with blood and flesh. Dong Wushang's majestic figure stood at the center, his tiger-like eyes sweeping across the faces of the surrounding people expressionlessly. Intimidated by his domineering aura, everyone who met his eyes couldn't help but look away. No one dared to meet his gaze. It was dead silent. Only the fresh blood from Dong Wushang's saber dripped onto the ground. For a moment, the thousands of people around actually didn't dare to breathe loudly. It was really too bloody and too shocking. With a poof, Dong Wushang stabbed the black saber in his hand into the ground. Instantly, a circle of dust rose from the ground and rolled towards the surroundings. With one hand on the saber and the other on his waist, he shouted in a deep voice, "The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. This is what I said. Who says he isn't? Stand out." This shout made everyone around him take a step back in unison. At this moment, who still dared to say no? Perhaps there were still die-hard loyalists. But compared to immediately losing their lives if they denied it, these loyalists were smart enough to keep their mouths shut. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. As for the other fence-sitters, their reactions were the same. Yes, 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 the Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. If you say so, then so be it. Yes, 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 if you say he is the extraterrestrial demon, then he must be. He must be, he must be. If you say he is, then he is. If he isn't, then so be it. Boo-hoo! I was scared to death. Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and laughed. For a moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. He shouted again, "Everyone recite with me. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Defeat the Dharma Supreme. Chase all the extraterrestrial demons out of the heavens. Kill the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demons. Who doesn't? Speak louder. If you think about it, you will live. If you don't, you will die." Those who were still alive were all smart people, so thousands of people shouted together, feeling the atmosphere of the Azura slaughterhouse. Those god-like people were staring at them fiercely, afraid that they would shout too slowly. His voice became softer. At this moment, the cheers truly shook the heavens. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Defeat the Dharma Supreme. Chase all the heavenly devil whelps out of the sky. Exterminate the Dharma Supreme and heavenly demon. The roars surged out again and again, each wave louder than the last. Behind him, Mo lay, covered her forehead with her hand. She was at a loss for words. Boss wants you to come out and spread the news, guide the direction of public opinion, and then create a storm, engulfing the capital. I didn't ask you to threaten me with your life. This was simply the legendary oppression of power, forcing a good girl into prostitution. The scene was very grand, but was it useful? Do you know what she's thinking? This guy is always so domineering when doing things. He doesn't use any strategy at all. Dong Wushang opened his big mouth and laughed heartily at the sky, full of complacency a little further away. Many law enforcement officers looked over with resentment. But even if they wanted to kill the thief, they were powerless to do so. This thief was really a little too strong. They couldn't beat him no matter what on the other side. Mo wielded his sword like the wind, as if he was cutting vegetables. He dashed back and forth in the crowd excitedly, his shouts shaking the sky. Dog Ant. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Dog Ant. The Dharma Supreme is a heavenly devil whelp. Dog Ant. Boss is GMO. G as in GMO, MO as in GMO. It's not that GMO. It's GMO. G as in GMO, MO as in GMO. Remember all of them, this is my name. Awu, Dog Ant. Awu, Luokadi roared. Everyone listen up. Don't be fooled by that Dharma Supreme anymore. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. Awu. Do you all hear me? Awu. Our sky will definitely not allow the existence of extraterrestrial demons. Damn it, you dare to hit me, you're asking for death. Awu, awu. Viburnum flowers bloomed one after another in front of Xiadanqiong, dancing elegantly, in such a beautiful and magnificent scene. All the onlookers and spectators seemed to be completely oblivious to the massacre and bloodshed brought by this beautiful scene. Instead, they were somewhat intoxicated by this dreamlike scene. The only thing they could see was a handsome young man in a white robe with picturesque features. He was wandering around in the dreamlike sea of flowers, looking around in a daze. In front, behind, beside, and around this peerlessly handsome young man, there were pieces of flesh and blood. Broken limbs added a lot of tragic and cruel beauty to this dreamlike scene. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. The Dharma Supreme is already demonizing the law enforcement officers. Everyone, you must be on high alert. Once you're demonized, there's no turning back. There was no need to hear him say anything. Some of the women who were already smitten by Xia Danqiong's beauty were already frantically echoing him, no matter how big the world was. Handsome guys were the most important. Such a handsome guy was really pleasing to the eye, but also tempting to the heart. One by one, the infatuated women with red hearts in their eyes fought to be the first to shout, "The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon. The Dharma Supreme is the extraterrestrial demon." They followed behind the handsome Xia Danqiong, killing gods and Buddhas in their way. Even the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, probably didn't expect Xia Danqiong to actually use his beauty on such an occasion. Although it was unintentional, it was definitely passive, but it still attracted bees and butterflies. What a monster! Could it be that handsome guys were really that amazing? Ao, Shiyun, and Rue Butong, a dragon and a phoenix, were also unwilling to be left out. Naturally, they also stirred up huge waves of blood. For a moment, the roar of dragons and phoenixes, the roar of swords and sabers, viburnum flowers bloomed all over the sky, and the sounds of dogs howling incessantly, extremely loud and clear. Tribulation made his move, officially appearing in the heavens. It was just the first time he made a move openly. The whole world was turned into a pile of mud. The whole world completely started to become chaotic, and it was still escalating. The news about the Dharma Supreme being the extraterrestrial demon, through the joint efforts of these 8 parties, began to spread endlessly. There were those who were angry, those who were skeptical, those who were secretly delighted, and those who were ready to fight. Some were looking for the dead. All in all, the various facets of life were revealed in full at this moment. There were also some people who weren't from big clans or law enforcement officers. They didn't participate in the battle at all, nor were they angry or doubtful. They just kept on gloating. Never doubt that there really was such a group of people in the world. As long as someone was unlucky, they would be happy. If that person was famous, they would be even happier. If the person involved could reach the level of the Dharma Supreme, they were so happy that they were bursting with joy. Motherfucker, aren't you supposed to be very impressive? You've been impressive for a full 10,000 years. Finally, you've been messed with for once. Ha! This feels so good. Let's hurry and see how the situation is developing. What exactly is going on? What the hell has it got to do with me? Dharma Supreme? With me? Tribulation? He's not my biological father either. He can do whatever he wants. It's just fun. It's really fun. It's always been law enforcement officers messing with others. This is the first time I've seen someone messing with law enforcement officers, and it's the boss of the law enforcement officers. This really makes me happy. What? Battle? Why? I'm not going. I'll just watch from the side and see who will win in the end. Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme has been pushed into a shitbowl this time, ha ha. This guy is really unlucky. It had to be said that such people made up a considerable portion of the population. People who only wished for the world to be in chaos, who would open their mouths and gloat at other people's misfortune, were not lacking in any place in this world. There were people who harmed others without benefiting themselves, no matter which world they were in, and there were usually quite a few of them. Damn it, there were even more of them around us. At this moment, it had completely become a pot of messy porridge that had been cooked to a pulp. However, the killing was still going on. Tribulation was still going all out, as if he wanted to wash the place with blood. The big clans also gradually joined in. And at this time, it was probably only the big clans who were in charge of various areas who saw that the situation was favorable and acted on their own accord to cooperate. The real order for the big clans to provide support had not actually been issued yet. If the big clans really cooperated fully, the momentum before their eyes would probably be several times greater, and Chu Yang's goal was to blow this matter up as much as possible. The more intense, the better. It would be best if it spread throughout the entire heavens. That would be the most ideal situation in the secret chamber of the Yi clan. Pa! 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 Several teacups fell to the ground one after another, smashing into pieces. Some of the teacups fell from their hands, and some of them were too shocked after hearing some news. Their hands and feet trembled, and they touched the teacups on the table and smashed them. Your news, is it true? The ancestor of the Yi clan, Yi Chun-chin, sat stiffly on the chair. He raised his head in shock and looked at Ling Muiang opposite him. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If there were no eye sockets blocking them, they might have shot out. Xiao Qinyu's hands were tightly clenched into fists. He placed them on the table, and his face was flushed with excitement. Sure, Pao Xiao had not recovered from his serious injuries. At this moment, his emotions were fluctuating, and he could no longer keep his breath steady. He coughed violently. Ling, Muiang, cough, 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 cough. This. Is this? Cough, cough. The more anxious he was, the more he coughed. Zhuge Cangchong and Chining Feng were not in a good mood either. They were panting heavily, and their eyes were fixed on Ling Muiang, waiting for him to speak, to confirm the authenticity of this news. Chapter 1635. These few people were all ancestors of big clans. All of them were at least 10,000 years old. It could be said that all of them had already reached the stage where they wouldn't bat an eyelid even if a mountain collapsed in front of them. But when they heard what Ling Muiang said at this moment, all of them completely lost their composure. The reason was only because of one sentence. After Ling Muiang returned, he immediately summoned everyone urgently. After the meeting, Ling Muiang's entire face was flushed red with excitement. He practically couldn't wait to announce a piece of news, an exceptionally important, even sensational piece of news. Let me tell everyone a piece of super good news. Our fathers are very likely still alive. Ling Muiang's words immediately stunned everyone on the spot. After he said this, everyone was stunned. Yi Chun-chin took a few deep breaths before he finally snapped back to his senses. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he was already right in front of Ling Muiang. Like a real ghost that had materialized, he grabbed Ling Muiang by the collar. What did you say just now? Say it again. Say it clearly. Even if I say it again, it's still good news. There were tears in Ling Muiang's eyes, but he was laughing happily. My father, and Uncle Yi, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Zhuge, Uncle Chen, as well as Uncle Li, Uncle Lon, and the rest, there's a very high chance that they're still alive. They're all still alive. After Ling Muiang finished speaking, he took a few deep breaths and suddenly shouted, They're still alive! Do you understand? Do I need to repeat myself? Boom! The place where the several 10,000-year-old elders were actually bustling like a market. Everyone was talking about something excitedly, but no one cared or even heard what the others were saying. Even what they themselves were saying, they were all in a daze. Because of this sudden good news, everyone was so overjoyed that they almost lost their minds. Or rather, they had already lost their minds. Because this news was simply too shocking and too good. After a long, long time, Yi Chen finally remembered to ask, "Where did you get this news from? Is it accurate?" After this question was asked, everyone finally slowly quieted down. Everyone's eyes gathered on Ling Muyang. Their questioning gazes were self-evident. However, their questioning gazes were mixed with a bit of suspicion, a bit of panic, and a bit of fear. They couldn't help but doubt, panic, and fear. Was that true? They had been brothers for 10,000 years, so everyone had an almost instinctive trust in Ling Muyang. As long as it came from his mouth, everyone would instinctively believe it. Anything could be believed. That was why he hadn't thought of investigating the source and authenticity of the news until now. Investigating the source and authenticity of the information after the revelry seemed absurd. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible for these people to make a mistake. But now it really happened. This was because the news this time was too big. If it was spread wrongly, it would definitely cause great regret. This kind of empty joy would make people collapse. I went to find the master of Calamity Sword and got this information from him. Ling Muyang calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and said, "More or less, all of you have some kind of grudge or connection with the Calamity Sword Master. Only my Ling clan hasn't offended him yet. We even have some friendship with him. So, I want to see if there is any room for cooperation. After all, the extraterrestrial demon is powerful. If it's just us, even if we don't lose, the chances of winning are slim. It's always good to have more help, especially when this help comes from the legendary Calamity Sword Master." All the elders pricked up their ears and listened attentively. They knew that the truth of the matter must have originated from this conversation. After I went, I found out about the extraterrestrial demon. It was indeed difficult to match. The Dharma Supreme had demonized the high-level power of the law enforcement officers and was gradually infiltrating the lower levels. I was filled with anger and scolded Dongfang Badeo. But the Calamity Sword Master said the current Dongfang Badeo is no longer the Dongfang Badeo of the past, but one of the tribulations from 30,000 years ago, Diwu Chochang. It's Diwu Chochang who is using Dongfang Badeo's body to survive. He is replacing Dongfang Badeo's identity. As soon as this shocking news came out, Yi Chin, Xiao Qinyu, and the others felt as if thunder had struck above their heads. Their faces couldn't help but twitch. Regarding Diwu Chochang, I believe that the Calamity Sword Master wouldn't lie. Since there was an exception in the previous generation of tribulations, I couldn't help but ask about my father. At that time, I was just hoping, but I didn't expect. Ling Muyang recalled his mood when he asked that question and was still trembling with excitement. What did he say? All the elders asked together. The Calamity Sword Master said, "Our fathers are very likely to still be alive. It's just that they are not in the plane we are in. At present." Ling Muyang took a deep breath and stopped his voice from trembling. He said solemnly, "Now they are fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, fighting the extraterrestrial demon. If they have not been sacrificed, they are naturally still alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room was silent. Yi Chen coughed twice and murmured, "Father, the extraterrestrial battlefield, fighting the extraterrestrial demon." His voice became a little hoarse. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed repeatedly. He secretly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with one finger and took a deep breath. Xiao Qinyu looked up at the sky. His mouth was tightly pursed as if he was swallowing something. His tall and straight body was trembling from light to intense. It could be clearly seen that he was restraining himself, but he couldn't. Instead, it became more and more intense. Autumn opened her mouth. as if she wanted to laugh happily, but she almost cried. She hurriedly shut her mouth, but her tears had already fallen. The others were also so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves. 10,000 years, a whole 10,000 years have passed. Yi Qinchin's voice was hoarse and low, and he couldn't speak properly. All the old brothers felt a wave of sadness wash over them. The descendants of heroes, calamity. This was their glory, but it was also where their pain lay. In his childhood memories, his father was an indomitable figure that could support both heaven and earth. His heroic spirit was unparalleled. His hero was invincible. He swept the world. He descended into the world. He was omnipotent. However, he left long ago. No one knew where he went. There was no news of him after he left. He only left behind an eternal legend in the heavenly layer continent. Why did the big clans resist the calamity? Sword Master. On one hand, it was naturally to ask for the continuation of the clan. No one would be willing to see their clan, which had been passed down for countless years, be destroyed. However, there was another reason, and that was, if their clans were destroyed, who would spread the praises of Lord Father's great achievements? This was the foundation that Lord Father left behind. The foundation that he left behind for me to protect. We will protect it with our lives. One day in the future, when we meet Lord Father in the underworld, we can also have a clear conscience. Today, you have appeared once again. However, it was already 10,000 years later that the world had changed. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sob, sob. Shirpali coughed repeatedly, as if trying to suppress his agitated emotions. However, in the end, he really couldn't help but cry. Lord Father. When Lord Father left home that day, it was still midnight. At that time, I was sleeping, and Lord Father secretly kissed me. I was already awake then, but I deliberately didn't open my eyes. I regret it so much. Why didn't I open my eyes? 10,000 years. I have regretted it for 10,000 years. From then on, Lord Father left and never returned. However, that morning, the feeling of Lord Father rubbing against my face was unforgettable, unforgettable. Shirpali burst into tears. But now, Lord Father's foundation, the Shir clan, has been completely destroyed. How can I face Lord Father now? His words hit the nail on the head, and everyone silently shed tears. There was a long silence. For a moment, sighs, sobs, and cries were all mixed together, and it didn't calm down for a long time. Now, since we already know the whereabouts of Lord Father and the others, we naturally have to look for them, charge up the Heaven Imperial Court, increase our strength along the way, and go to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons together with Lord Father. Autumn wiped away her tears and shouted proudly, as the saying goes, brothers fight while fathers fight. Zhuge Tsangqiong said solemnly, Lord Father and the others have already fought for 10,000 years. It's time for us to share some of the burden. Therefore, this encirclement of the heavenly demons this time is the first battle against the extraterrestrial demons in the future. We must not lose. Ling Muyang said solemnly. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded solemnly. Amidst the joyous yet sorrowful atmosphere, someone suddenly heaved a long sigh, his voice bleak and sorrowful. Everyone turned to look. The person who heaved a long sigh was Xiao Chenyu. For a moment, everyone's heart sank. They actually didn't know what to say. Xiao Chenyu turned his head away and then lowered it deeply, as if he had committed a crime. His entire spirit seemed to have collapsed. Chenyu, Yi Qinchin called out solemnly. Xiao Chenyu shuddered all over. He raised his head, his eyes lifeless. With a tragic smile, he said, all of us are still fine. But what about Uncle Li and Uncle Lon? When I meet all the uncles, what should I say? Lon Buhui is already dead. But Li Chunbo was forced to his death by me. I forced him to his death. He smiled tragically, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. What should I do? How can I face my Lord Father and all the uncles? My younger brother is already dead. I even forced Chuanbo to his death with my own hands. How can I face Uncle Li? Everyone fell silent together. Yes, this was undoubtedly a dead knot that couldn't be untied. Xiao Chenyu raised his head and smiled tragically. Human kinship is really strange. Her. In the past, when our fathers were still around, we were also like brothers. Because everyone knew that our fathers were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Even if we weren't brothers, we were even more like brothers. It was the same for our father's generation and our father's generation. Therefore, everyone felt that we were on the same side, brothers of the same generation. Her. It's a pity that our father's generation went missing. So, we started to gradually drift apart. Yes, our father's generation was gone, and we were all busy with our own things. The emotional ties between our father's generation in the past were broken. Therefore, we slowly started to not treat each other as brothers. We started to suspect and plot against each other. Slowly, we became strangers. Slowly, we actually became enemies. The last chapter was doubly updated. Her. It was finally done. A huge rock was also lifted from his heart. Today's last chapter, Xiao Chenyu's words, are also my sentiments. When my grandparents were still around, it was lively and lively. More than 30 relatives got along very well. Ever since the elders passed away one after another, the house also gradually became deserted. None of us did anything wrong, but many relatives seemed to have drifted apart just like that for some inexplicable reason and then disappeared. This seemed to be how human relationships worked. The elders maintained kinship while the young developed new kinship. As the elders passed away, the kinship also followed suit. Although this was the way of the world, it was indeed worth lamenting over. Chapter 1636. Everyone was ashamed as they listened to Xiao Chenyu's sobbing words. Everyone's faces were full of discomfort. That was the truth. Finally, some things have reached the point of no return. But at this time, it was said that our fathers are still alive. So, everyone felt that the distant relationship suddenly became close again. Xiao Chenyu raised his head abruptly, his face full of tears. He roared at the top of his lungs. But how can the dead come back? Li Chuanbo was forced to death by me. Forced to death by me. Am I still human? At this moment, Xiao Chenyu was almost crazy. He was on the verge of breaking down. The brothers stood there in a daze, completely not knowing how to console him. That was the truth. All along, kinship in the world seemed to be maintained only by relying on the relationship between the elders. As the elders grew old and passed away in the first few years, they still exchanged information. Slowly, it changed to once every few years, once every few decades, and then once every few thousand years. After a few thousand years, there were even more conflicts. As for 10,000 years later, they finally became enemies. Baidu searched to see the latest chapter. They could not live under the same sky and could not coexist in the same lifetime. However, the strangest thing was that at this time they still found out that their fathers were still alive. It was as if at this moment the bonds of friendship in the past had returned, and they all felt close to each other. But what had already happened in between? How should they face the irreversible things? How could they make up for the sacrifices that had already been made? At this moment, any consolation or explanation would be of no use. It would only add on to Xiao Chenyu's burden. When the kinship of the older generation that united them was gone, as they grew older, their hearts would gradually fade, and their greed would continue to grow. It was a very normal thing for them to do things that hurt each other. Everyone had done it before. Who could console who? Let's leave the painful things of the past to the future. The plan now. The only way is to completely destroy the Dharma Supreme and the heavenly demon. This demonic disaster has yet to be eliminated. What right do you have to talk about other things? Ling Liang said coldly. Everyone nodded. But After the ecstasy of knowing that their fathers might still be alive passed, everyone felt that there was a lot on their minds. They were like children who had done something wrong and were about to be reprimanded by adults. All of them started to feel uneasy. Admittedly, Xiao Chenyu has done something wrong. But don't tell me you guys didn't do anything wrong too? Even he knows how to grieve. What about the rest of you? Ling Muyang said coldly Yi Qinchin. The destruction of the Li clan, the killing of Chuanbua, the entire plan was controlled and pushed by you from behind the scenes. Could it be that you don't have any responsibility at all? There was also the matter of Uncle Jun's family. Yi Qinchin, Zhuge Cangqiong Chening Feng. Don't you feel ashamed? If I meet my parents in the future, I'd like to see how you're going to explain yourselves. I'll be able to fully explain what you've done. Ling Muyang's words could be said to be impolite. Every single one of his words exposed everyone's scars. It was extremely ruthless. However, the faces of Yi Qinchin and the others all twitched, but no one retorted. They looked at each other and sighed. These were all facts. How could he refute that? After a long while, someone finally spoke. With a sneer, Chen Yingfeng said darkly, "To us, this matter is indeed a huge regret. However, we're not the only ones who feel this kind of discomfort, right? Don't the Tribulation Sword Master and the rest feel the same? What are they feeling discomfort about? Make yourself clear." Ling Muyang's eyebrows were already about to rise. He really couldn't understand what Tribulation would feel discomfort about. The previous generations of Tribulation needed to destroy the big clans established by the previous generations of Tribulation in order to complete their work. If our parents didn't die and are still fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, then it's highly possible that the previous generations of Tribulation didn't die either. If they're all still alive, then don't they have an irreconcilable feud between them? The Tribulation of the next generation is the biggest culprit who destroyed the descendants of the previous generation of Tribulation. This has been the case for the past 100,000 years. Severing their bloodline, severing their heirs, this is an irreconcilable enmity. Whether it's the current Tribulation Sword Master or the previous generations of Tribulation brothers, they probably didn't have a good time when they went up, right? Qin Yingfeng sneered. Nonsense. Bastard. Ling Muyang flew into a rage. We're talking about our own business now. Why are you talking about other people's business? Do you think your discomfort will be relieved when others are suffering? Bastard. What kind of bullshit attitude is this? Can you be more shameless? You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What the hell? Chen Yingfeng blushed and said, "I'm just analyzing. I'm just stating facts. Bullshit." Ling Muyang was furious. You just said that the next generation of Tribulation was the culprit who destroyed the previous generation of Tribulation. If you want to talk about this discomfort, didn't our parents suffer it? Didn't they also kill the descendants of the previous Tribulation and destroy their clans before going up? You bastard, you're cursing your own father? Isn't that right? You're just stating facts, aren't you? In an instant, the surrounding people looked at him with hostility. These few sentences of Chen Yingfeng's seriously incurred the wrath of the crowd. That's how everyone gets old. It's fine if you're cursing your own father, but you're cursing my father as well? Are you courting death? Yes, actually that's not what I meant. Chen Yingfeng was completely flustered in an instant. He waved his hands repeatedly and nodded and bowed. Sweat even appeared on his face. Bosses, I really didn't mean that. I'm just stating facts. Really, you're still talking about the facts? Then please tell me, what exactly do you mean? Yi Qinchin questioned. You're such a troublemaker. When will you change that temper of yours that harms others without benefiting yourself? You've been like this since you were young. You're always gloating over others' misfortune. You don't let others have a good time even when you're suffering. You never learn your lesson. This fellow needs to be taught a lesson. Exactly. Beat him up. The old fellows rubbed their fists and surrounded him. Chun Yingfeng knew that something was wrong. He let out a strange cry and was about to escape when Ling Muyang punched him in the face. His face immediately turned red, and everyone swarmed him in an instant. Bang, bang! Uft, puffed, puffed, puffed. They really hit him. Although they didn't kill him, they still hit him hard. It was fine as long as he was still alive. It had been a long time since they ganged up on him. North of the capital, on a certain road about 1,000 miles away, an old man and a young girl were walking over. The old man was an old man who looked like he was out of this world, judging from the way he swaggered on the road. He must be a person who had read a lot of books and poems and was jealous to the bone. As for the young girl, she was a peerless beauty like a pearl. Along the way, 3,000 people turned their heads to look at her. This Tianding convention will definitely be very lively, but the Dharma Supreme must have other plans. He's very ambitious. Yes, Master. I think the Tianding convention this time must be brought forward by the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon. I'm afraid there's a great mystery behind it. Yes, Master. This old man is rather interested in that Tianding convention. Really, Master? From the looks of it, the scale this time will definitely be much grander than the previous years. But why are there so many people? It seems a little too many. I'm afraid there's something else. Yes, Master. But can't we leave quickly? No. This old man hates seeing your big brother. If I can see him later, then so be it. In short, it's better to see him later than earlier. It's best if we can see him later. Master, why are you like this? What's wrong with my big brother? My big brother is much more handsome than you, Master. He's brave and knowledgeable, chivalrous and gentle, courageous and benevolent. Cough, cough, stop. There are more ignorant people over there. Disciple, you should practice your skills and poison. That's what you should do. So boring. There aren't any experts. What kind of practice is this? What a waste of good medicine. Just as they were talking, there was already someone with a sword at his waist. He walked over valiantly with a face full of self-admiration. This little lady greets you. Of course, this was some ignorant fool who wanted to pick up girls. He saw an old man and a young man walking on the road like this. The old man was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, and the young one was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. No matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem to have much martial strength. He was really lucky today to have met such a little beauty with no one to protect her. Looking at her travel-worn figure, she actually didn't get robbed early. He was really too lucky. It must be said that this person's observational skills were really good. He could even observe the two of them on their long journey. But he didn't think deeper. How could such a beauty, who came from afar, not have any ideas? If they could, why would it be his turn? This fellow probably didn't expect that today was definitely not the day of his ancestors. Instead, it seemed like there was black smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Hopefully, he already had children or uncles, so that his family's future wouldn't be ruined, because he actually picked up Miss Heavenly Poison's head to pick up girls. How could it be good? Get the hell out of here, you bastard. Hurry up and get lost, as far as you can. I don't want to waste time with you. Chu Lu-er, who was anxious to see her elder brother, asked her master to speed up, but wasn't allowed to. Naturally, she was filled with anger. Seeing that this fellow actually came over to tease her, she was even more furious. However, Chu Lu-er wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so she only reprimanded him. Oh, little lady's temper is quite bad. I like it. That person was about to reach out and touch Chu Lu-er's pretty face. The next moment, that hand had only reached out halfway, but it already started to turn black from the fingertips. Then his fingers turned into the color of ink, and it quickly spread all the way up. Chu Lu-er's eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want to get lost. Then go to the gates of hell. I won't send you off. Southeast Chu clan. Ever since Meng Chaoran arrived at the Chu clan, he had basically become Yang Ruolin's guest. Chapter 1637. Yang Ruolan would chat with Meng Chaoran almost every day. She would ask about Meng Chaoran's situation over the years. The frequency of this situation made Chu Failing very jealous. If not for his absolute trust in his wife, he might have other thoughts. It seemed that Meng Chaoran's appearance was quite outstanding. Mistress Yang asked all kinds of questions. For example, how did she pick him up from the swaddling clothes? How did he take care of him when he was 3 or 4 years old? What did he look like when he was 1 year old? What did he look like when he was 2 years old? What clothes did he wear? What did he eat usually? What was his favorite food? What was his least favorite food? There was nothing that he particularly disliked. How did he start practicing martial arts? When did he fall for the first time? Did he cry after falling? Did he have new clothes to wear during the New Year? Did he have any toys when he was young? What did he like to play? And so on and so forth. Poor Meng Chaoran was a big man. Even though he had experienced these things personally, how could he remember them clearly? Such a free and easy person was stuttering and sweating under Yang Ruolan's questions. It's been too long and you can't remember? It's okay. Think slowly. Think again. Think again. Don't be anxious. Think again. You really can't remember? It's okay. Let's change to another question. Think about it. Think about it carefully. Think again. Think about it carefully. Yang Ruolan was full of interest. She listened 100 times and asked 100 times without getting tired. Poor Meng Chaoran had already grabbed the things that he could remember and repeated them at least 100 times. Yang Ruolan listened with great interest every time. She would start to wipe her tears whenever she was disrespectful. Even a person like Meng Chaoran began to cry out in his heart. He was just short of shouting for help. It's understandable if you shed tears every time you talk about something. But you would still cry after 100 times. This was too unbearable. What was this called, especially when I was living in your house as a guest? You were chatting with me, and then you started to cry. How can I explain this? It was really embarrassing. Later on, Meng Chaoran would run as far as he could whenever he saw Yang Ruolan. If Yi Chuchin wasn't here and couldn't move, Meng Chaoran almost wanted to run away from home and wander the world. It was too awkward this time. Meng Chaoran was an indispensable person to discuss this matter with. Master Meng, about this matter. Chu Failing asked Meng Chaoran politely. Meng Chaoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it wasn't Yang Ruolan who had asked him this question. Recovering his usual indifference, he said, It doesn't matter. Let them do as they please. We, especially the Chu clan, don't get involved. Chu Failing was startled. This is the extraterrestrial demon exterminating the world. Perhaps the end of the world is coming. How can Meng Chaoran speak of it so casually? Wasn't he a little too calm? For a moment, Father Chu couldn't help but admire his son's master. Look at his magnanimity, this calmness. Only such a person could have taught such a monstrous talent like my son. Just by looking at the disciple, one would know the master. It has been like this since ancient times. The ancients did not deceive me. It's just that I haven't found Seniors Feng and you, so I don't know where they are now. I don't know if Master Meng. Chu Failing was a little worried about this. He was afraid that it would delay his son's matters. After all, Senior Feng and you were peak experts in the world. If they were to help him, it would undoubtedly be a great help. You can rest assured about this. The two of them have left long ago. According to my estimation, it's very likely that they have already left the southeast region. At most, they'll be a day's journey away from the capital. Meng Chaoran said lightly, A few days ago, news of the extraterrestrial demon came, and they couldn't sit still. This time, they definitely went out secretly because of this matter. With them and Chu Yang's brother strength, I believe that the big clans won't sit idly by. In this way, other than the law enforcement officers, all the strongest forces under the heavens have already joined forces. I believe that they will be able to deal with this extraterrestrial demon extermination. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meng Chao, Ran concluded. His tone was very certain. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were slightly relieved. But Meng Chao Ran's next sentence made them want to strangle him. Speaking of which, if the strongest forces under the heavens are also defeated, then it'll be the end of the world. Everyone is doomed to die together. There's no point in worrying. Meng Chao Ran said lightly, "That's all." Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling were stunned. Meng Chao Ran's first sentence was that he was in heaven and had unlimited imagination, as if he was already preparing a celebratory banquet for his son's triumphant return. But the second sentence was that he had directly fallen into hell. There were even 18 levels of hell, the end of the world, and everyone was doomed. Just when they wanted to catch this guy and denounce him, they saw that Meng Chao Ran had already walked out lightly, leisurely, and confidently. His bearing was extremely calm. It's better to let the Chu clan make some preparations. Chu Feiling made up his mind and walked out immediately. How can the clan that the tribulation sword master came from not make some gestures? Even if it's a drop in the bucket, they should show some attitude. On a road leading to the capital, there were two people in snow-white clothes. They walked at a leisurely pace, their speed seeming to be slow, but was actually very fast. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They were Yu Lingxue and Feng Euro, who deterred the world. This trip to the southeast to fight the Omen can be said to be the most dangerous battle in our lives. Ro, are you prepared? Of course, but my only regret is that I didn't leave behind half of my daughter for you. If anything happens, even if you and I can accompany each other in the afterlife, the Feng clan's descendants will be cut off. I'm really sorry for the ancestors of the Feng clan. Haha, silly words. You and I are of one mind, swearing to eliminate the Omen. We have a clear conscience. If the Omen is not eliminated, how can everyone have a future? What descendants are you talking about? Yu Lingxue smiled lightly. Facing the Omen, we can fight it. If the Omen is not eliminated, then everyone will die. That's all. That's right. Facing the Omen with one mind, we can fight it. That's all. The couple smiled at each other and sped up their pace. Their white clothes fluttered in the wind, and they quickly disappeared in front of the ancient road, at the moment in the capital. As the Tribulation Brothers made a big fuss, it became more and more lively. Slowly, people from the big clans also started to participate. These big clans, who were originally irreconcilable enemies with the Tribulation Swordmaster, were now desperately helping Tribulation to create momentum. Because everyone knew that even if Tribulation destroyed their clans in the future, the leaders might not be able to survive, but most of the people under them would be fine, especially the innocent women and children. The Tribulation Sword Master would never kill indiscriminately. On the other hand, if the Omen succeeded, no matter if it was the innocent women and children, martial artists in the martial world, or even ordinary people, no one would be able to survive. The whole city was almost turned upside down. The power of public opinion was truly limitless. It was even more frightening and frightening. If one person said that the Dharma Supreme was the Omen, he would only be treated as crazy and might be beaten to death as soon as he said it. If 10 people said it, it was equally absurd and they would be beaten to death. Even if more than 100 people said it, the law enforcement officers would still fabricate a crime to silence them. However, if thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people said the same thing, then even if the people who heard it did not believe it, they would also think, why did they mention the Dharma Supreme instead of others? Since so many people said so, there must be a reason. Or, as long as there was a guess, it would slowly become half believed and half doubted. At least, it would not be completely without suspicion. Those who had just entered the capital were still somewhat indignant. But slowly they started to have doubts. The situation was slowly developing in a direction that was not favorable to the Dharma Supreme, and the trend was gradually expanding. The law enforcement officers in the city were completely powerless to stop such a crazy situation. They had long been suppressed to the point where they did not dare to show their faces. They could only hide, not daring to speak out despite their anger. At this time, if they still dared to say that the Dharma Supreme was not the omen, even if they were not beaten to death, they would definitely be beaten to death. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Outside the city, this was an exceptionally quiet little village. The higher-ups of the law enforcement officers were all gathered here. At this moment, the eyes of these elites were emitting a cold, black glow. Waves of dense, demonic aura would occasionally surge from the surface of their bodies. In the innermost room, a few hoarse roars could be faintly heard from time to time. It seemed as if a few people were undergoing inhumane torture and torture. Their voices had already become unbearable to listen to. Dharma Supreme, you damned beast. An old voice was scolding weakly. I have lived an upright life, a hero of my generation. Yet you led me into the path of the devil and became a seed of the devil. It was Ping Xiaoyun's voice. You beast, you will definitely die a horrible death. Ah, suddenly there was a shrill scream, followed by an angry roar. Let me die. Let me die. Why can't you even let me die? I would rather die than become a devil. Why can't I commit suicide? Why? He obviously wanted to commit suicide, but he was controlled by the thoughts in his mind, and he could not even seek death. Feeling the demonic aura invading his body and soul, Ping Xiaoyun's face was full of tears. His heart was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. My perseverance of a lifetime, my heroic reputation. I am a law enforcement officer. How can I become a devil? It can't be, it can't be. Ah, another heart-wrenching scream was heard. This was another law enforcement officer, a supreme martial artist who was enduring endless torment in his heart, wandering between human and devil. The demonic will and the righteous will of the past were in a life and death struggle. One could vaguely see that the surging demonic will had already gained the upper hand. His spirit had already been devoured, and only his instincts were left. How long could a rootless water last? Chapter 1638. That person's eyes were as black as ink at one moment and as white as snow the next. His face was ferocious and his muscles were spasming as he struggled to maintain his last shred of clarity. However, it was obvious that they were having a hard time holding on and could collapse at any time. Once their last shred of clarity was gone, they would no longer be upright law enforcement officers, but demons who wreaked havoc in the human world. There were hundreds of people inside and outside, all of them former colleagues who had fought together for a lifetime. How deep were their relationships? However, at this moment, it was as if no one had heard him and there was no reaction at all. There were also people whose eyes were shining with a cruel gleam of pleasure. The evil aura had completely affected their hearts, turning their hearts into cold iron stones. They were completely indifferent to the miserable state of their comrades who had fought side by side with them in the past. They were extremely cold and indifferent. A cold voice came from the treetops. Shut up! It was the Dharma Supreme's voice. In the thatched cottage, all the struggling and cursing suddenly disappeared. The demonic soul had long been devoured by the Dharma Supreme. As long as these people were not killed by accident, even if they wanted to die or commit suicide, they would have to get the Dharma Supreme's permission before they could do so. As long as the Dharma Supreme did not agree, he could continue to control their spirits and manipulate their actions. Even if they wanted to die, they could not. Once he told them to shut up, no matter how unwilling they were, they would have to obey the Dharma Supreme's orders involuntarily. Perhaps the word obey should not be used, but obey. Having lost their spirits, they were just puppets to the Dharma Supreme. Ping Xiaoyun clenched his teeth tightly, tears streaming down his face. He slammed his head against the wall violently. Endless regret made him feel as if he was better off dead. If I had known, why would I have participated in that damn test? After giving up everything, he finally realized. When he gave up, he actually gave up on his soul and his conscience as well. He would be consigned to eternal damnation. The remaining bit of kindness in his heart as well as the perseverance of 20,000 years, was still making its final struggle. However, he also knew that he couldn't struggle for much longer. At any moment, he would completely collapse and completely fall into the devil's path. On the treetops, two figures in black stood quietly at a high point. One had long hair fluttering in the wind. He was the Dharma Supreme. The other had a black cloth covering his head, but was evil. He was the heavenly demon. Both of them spread out their divine senses. He checked the situation in the capital. Those people are all scolding you. Moreover, their ability to organize is quite strong. It seems to be very effective, the heavenly demon said in a gloating tone. The Dharma Supreme didn't say anything and just stood there like a statue. His face was expressionless. If their public opinion is really formed, it will be very disadvantageous for you. I didn't expect you to have such a high status in this trashy plane, to be able to cause such an impact. I really underestimated you back then, the heavenly demon continued. The Dharma Supreme remained silent. Don't you have anything to say? Could it be that he was at his wit's end? I don't know what to do. The heavenly demon looked at him, amused. How do you do it? The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said indifferently, It's nothing more than a huge massacre. Just kill them all. What's the point of wasting your breath on dead people? What do you want to say? Good. I like this method. The heavenly demon laughed loudly. The Dharma Supreme was silent, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance. The gaze in the eyes of the people who were already in a complete uproar slowly turned cold. As if he had made up his mind about something, he let out a low sigh. With his hands behind his back, he floated down from the tree. The Dharma Supreme's body was like a black feather. Floating in the air without any weight, he walked down step by step. His black robe fluttered in the wind, making it flutter in the air. It was eerie and terrifying, but at the same time it was free and unrestrained. He murmured softly, How many years? A flourishing time. Who really wanted to murder me? Do you remember, back then love was extinguished? So much hatred turned into dust and sand. Go, go, go. Just let my heart betray this world. When he reached the last sentence, the Dharma Supreme's cold gaze suddenly showed a hint of fear. He looked into the distance somewhat blankly, a trace of memories flashing past his eyes, mixed with endless pain. However, the next moment, it was replaced by a cruel decisiveness, as if he had finally made up his mind to abandon the past and everything. He murmured, Go, go, go. Just let my heart betray this world. So be it. Ha ha ha. So be it. Betray this world. The Dharma Supreme let out a long howl, his long hair flying messily. At this moment, he finally landed on the ground. In a flash, he entered the room. Then there was a crisp slap, as if someone had slapped someone. The Dharma Supreme's cold voice said, Ping Xiaoyun, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. There was only silence in the room. There was also silence outside. Many people started to tremble. The Dharma Supreme walked out slowly and said indifferently, Send 2 people to the city to clean up the rubbish. At this time, the city should be quieter. Your subordinate is willing to go. Approved. Remember, if it's tribulation and the tribulation swordmaster, kill without mercy. Use all your strength. If necessary, you may as well die together with the enemy. Yes. The 2 people, one tall and one short, stood out and cupped their fists. Then they turned into a gust of wind and disappeared abruptly. Their cultivation was extraordinary. The heavenly demon stood behind the Dharma Supreme again and said, Now, that place has become a whirlpool. Whoever goes there will die. You only sent 2 people there. Are you sending them to their deaths? To die together with the enemy. Even if you have the intention, you must have the ability to do so. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment. Then he said, Send 2 second-grade Supreme Martial Artists to test the strength of those people. I believe it will still be effective. Second-grade Supreme Martial Artists to their deaths. He, What a big move. For this trash plane, it is indeed a big move. The heavenly demon laughed strangely. The Dharma Supreme smiled coldly and said indifferently, "If there are too many people, they will definitely choose to retreat and hide temporarily. At that time, we will still have to spend effort to find them. Only when there are not too many people can we test a certain level of strength. Right from the start, this is what I have been worried about. They are not big clans, but tribulation, who has already become famous. If these two second-grade supreme martial artists can return in the end, then I can be completely at ease. If they can't return, then the Tianding Grand Meeting 3 days later will have to be held by you personally. Only then will it be stable." The heavenly demon smacked his lips and said, "Since that is the case, why don't you try it yourself? Wouldn't that be safer?" The Dharma Supreme snorted with his hands behind his back. "If I have to do everything personally, what is the use of having them?" he said coldly. "Besides, after these people are demonized, what is the effect? There is still a need to test. And this time it is the test. Only when they are completely used by me will I." The heavenly demon laughed strangely and said, "Your demonic seed is already very impressive." The Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and said, "It is still lacking a lot of maturity, such as—" The heavenly demon couldn't imagine that the young demon, who was already completely under his control, would have any other thoughts. Hearing the Dharma Supreme's question, he said disdainfully, "I didn't expect you to not even know this. Listen, so-and-so. I see. And what about that? Like this, watch and remember. Yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. That's basically it. You have basically learned everything. The rest is just a process of familiarizing yourself with it." The heavenly demon smiled satisfactorily and said, "In the future, you will definitely achieve extraordinary things, even if you reach my level. It is also not impossible, as long as you work hard enough. Everything is possible." The Dharma Supreme said solemnly, "I hope so. I hope it is, as you said, that everything is possible. But now there is still one last problem that I don't understand, and that is the path of the heavenly demon, or the path of advancement." The heavenly demon laughed. "Advancement is actually not difficult. You just need to do this, and you can gradually improve, step by step. Our cultivation is completely different from the bullshit cultivation of the human race. Yes, I really remember all of it." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "My lord, how much of your demonic body has recovered? Do you need me to rein in some more soul power?" The heavenly demon nodded in satisfaction. "You are filial. My injuries have already recovered by about half, and my disrupted cultivation has also recovered to 10% of its peak. Haha, although it's only 10%, it's still not something a middle-grade supreme martial artist can bear. If I had more soul power, I would be able to recover even faster. However, in this trashy plane, it's hard to find high-quality soul power, so I can only use quantity to supplement the quality." The Dharma Supreme nodded. "I will go and collect the soul power now." The heavenly demon said, "Go, the 2 people who went earlier are already our demonic seeds. If they don't come back this time, there is no harm in absorbing their soul power. If I can devour the demonic seeds, I can recover faster. This time, don't neglect it." "Okay, understood." The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, and he left. Seeing that the Dharma Supreme had left, the heavenly demon revealed an extremely evil smile. Just as he was about to enter his room, he suddenly frowned and looked to his right. Letting out a cry of surprise, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and leaped away. On the road about 100 miles to the right of this small village, there was a team that was advancing hurriedly. There were only a total of 7 people in this team. The leader had one big eye and one small eye, one eyebrow pointing to the sky and one eyebrow pointing to the ground, one ear pointing to the front and one ear sticking to the back. To have such a strange appearance, it was naturally only the Lord Tan-Tan of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The short and fat man beside Tan-Tan was Goo-Goo. The other 5 people were all elders of the 3 Stars divine clan. This time, Tan Tan didn't let Xia Danfeng accompany him. Heavenly demon, destroying the world? There was actually such a thing. This news made the great demon king Tan very angry. In this world, other than me, who else is worthy of being called a demon? Now, some heavenly demon has actually popped out. This is totally fucking unreasonable. Chapter 1639. On top of that, this matter was related to senior brother Chu Yang. Therefore, during this period of time, great Demon King Tan, who had already reached the peak of 2nd grade supreme martial artist, had set off for this place. While they were on the way, Tan Tan's gaze suddenly focused. He said, "Stop. Something doesn't seem right." Gooey Goo stopped in his tracks. "What do you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, extreme shock suddenly came over his face. Looking at the black aura that had suddenly appeared in front of them, he murmured, "What pure, demonic aura? Who is this? Could it be?" Gooey Goo's heart was beating rather fast. Could it be that he had just arrived at the capital and he had already met the person in question? It seemed like his luck was too bad, wasn't it? Kiki, what a delicious delicacy! To think that it has delivered itself to my doorstep. A strange laugh came from the black aura. A salivating voice said, "Not bad, not bad. My luck is really not bad. To actually encounter a legendary supreme demonic body in such a trashy place. If I can eat this fellow, my cultivation will definitely be able to recover to its peak in an instant, and even improve greatly. Meat pies falling from the sky are nothing more than that." The moment this voice came out, an unprecedented sinister and terrifying pressure also spread out along with it. In an instant, it covered an area that covered the entire place. Tan Tan, Gooey Goo, and the others exchanged a look. They could all feel that this fellow's strength was really beyond their imagination. They really didn't expect that such a strong expert actually existed in this land of the heavens. Such strength was enough to make even the extraterrestrial demons sigh in admiration. This admiration had nothing to do with race. It was just a form of recognition of his cultivation. Tan took a step forward. His eyebrows had long been knitted together. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Where did this evil demon come from? To actually dare to play tricks in front of me, the great Demon King. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out to greet me, the great Demon King." Tan was used to calling himself the great Demon King. Today he had met a real demon. Yet he had raised his status by another level from big to great. Upon hearing that, the heavenly demon let out a strange laugh. The ink-like black aura swirled and a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Tan. His eyes narrowed, he licked his lips. He said, "Little, where are you from? How dare you call yourself the great Demon King?" Tan grinned and said, "Son, I'm your father." The heavenly demon flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "Bullshit! Although your devil body is quite suitable to be my father, I am not your son. There is the confusion of the demonic system here." Tan angrily retorted, "You think it's suitable? Damn it. Are you insulting me? Do you think I want to be old?" The heavenly demon was stunned and immediately flew into a rage. "What did you say? You are clearly insulting me. You bastard." Demon King Tan flew into a rage. "Bah! What kind of wet dream are you having? How dare you dream of becoming a handsome and elegant old man with such a disgusting appearance? You're fucking insulting me." The elders of the 3 Stars divine clan widened their eyes and opened their mouths. What was this called? These 2 fellows seemed to be so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the issue they were arguing about right now made one's hair stand on end. On Tan's end, he had already erupted completely. "Gooey Goo, now give me a boost. Get rid of this fellow, so as not to be an eyesore." Gooey Goo sighed inwardly. Damn it. The reputation of the older generation is in the hands of the great Saint King. It had already been completely ruined. Today's incident wouldn't make a difference. He walked out slowly. However, the heavenly demon opposite him was taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed, overjoyed. An incredibly ugly, short, and fat fellow like you is actually called a drummygoo? How exactly are you a drum? Why don't you show me a drum? What annoyed Gooey-Goo the most was people making fun of his name. It couldn't be helped that Tan-Ten made fun of him. Now, even this hideous fellow was making fun of him and even saying that he was incredibly ugly and short and fat. He flew into a rage at once. With a shake of his hands, more than 700 palm strikes rained down on him. What does it have to do with you what I'm called? What does it have to do with you whether I'm short or fat? Who do you think you are? Black aura flashed in the heavenly demon's eyes. Suddenly, countless arms reached out from the black aura and took on Gooey-Goo's attacks in a calm and composed manner. Slightly surprised, he said, "So you're a peak-grade supreme martial artist. Not bad. You can be considered an ant with some capabilities. Her. What a delicious meal. I'll play with you for a while." Extremely furious, Gooey-Goo moved. His powerful attacks, which were like a violent storm, were actually all blocked by him without any loopholes. Gooey-Goo couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. The torrential pear blossom palm that he had used earlier was an ultimate technique that he had become famous for ever since he had made his debut. Although his attacks were a little out of order due to his fury just now, their might was even greater. He didn't expect the demon before him to be able to receive them so easily using such a method. This was something that had never happened before. Furthermore, not only did this person receive them so easily, he even created a very strange suction force that made his cultivation seem to be flowing outwards in an invisible manner. With a loud bang, the black aura suddenly dispersed. "You're the heavenly demon." Gooey-Goo somersaulted out. Black aura appeared on his face as he exclaimed in shock. In actual fact, he didn't show any signs of defeat at the moment. However, he knew very well that if he were to really continue fighting, he would definitely be no match for him and his life would be in danger. The countenances of the people behind him all became unusually grim. It wasn't strange that the newcomer was a heavenly demon. They had already guessed this beforehand. However, the fact that a heavenly demon was actually this powerful was something that no one could imagine. TSK, it's me. The heavenly demon smiled smugly. "Step back." Tan-Tan's countenance turned solemn. He said, "I'll test him out." Although it was just this one exchange of blows, Tan-Tan already had a judgment that none of them, including himself, was a match for this demon before him. However, victory or defeat would only be known after a fight. He'd rather be beaten to death than be scared to death by someone. To be honest, Tan-Tan felt a sense of crisis in his heart right now. Ever since Tan-Tan had awakened to his true self, he had never felt such a sense of crisis before. It was a feeling of not being able to completely control his own life and death. It was a very bad feeling. However, the pride and dignity of a king didn't allow him to retreat in the slightest. Besides, he still had too many trump cards in his hands. Tan-Tan was also confident that even if he were to be defeated in the end, it wouldn't be too tragic. Besides, how could he not fight when faced with such a strong opponent? At the thought of this, Tan-Tan was rather speechless. Although his current strength had already reached the peak, he actually still hadn't truly recovered to the peak state of his previous life. Otherwise, why would he feel so stifled? He would have gone to give that bullshit heavenly demon a good thrashing this morning. "Be careful, Saint King. You mustn't be careless," all the elders said in unison. Even Gooey-Goo wasn't a match for the other party. If the Saint King were to fight personally, the outcome was really not optimistic. When the heavenly demon saw that Tan-Tan was going to fight personally, he clearly became excited. His entire body actually trembled a little. Black aura flickered in his eyes, and he was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, "All right, let me have a taste of this supreme, demonic body of yours." Tan-Tan let out a strange cry. His body had already turned into a strong gust of wind as he charged forward fiercely. He swung his fist and said, "Watch how I beat you up, you brat!" The heavenly demon didn't dodge or evade. He took a step forward and similarly threw out a punch. Boom! The two fists collided head-on without any tricks. Chi, dense black aura emerged from both fists at the same time. The heavenly demon's fists were overflowing with dense demonic aura that was pitch black like ink. On the other hand, the force on Tan-Tan's fists was a kind of aura that was so black that it shone brightly. The heavenly demon's demonic aura was filled with an extremely evil aura. However, Tan-Tan's black aura was completely dark. That was a kind of feeling that was even darker than the night. It was a darkness that seemed to want to engulf and shield everything. As the two fists clashed, the heavenly demon's body only swayed slightly before it immediately stopped. An expression of extreme surprise and astonishment actually appeared on its face. It was clearly an expression of joy that was beyond one's imagination. On the other hand, Tan-Tan's entire body swayed and staggered for a full 30 feet. Then he reluctantly stopped his footsteps. The expression on his face had become exceptionally heavy, cautious, and solemn. The heavenly demon was confident in his cultivation. So, it could be said that he was confident in his victory in this fight. However, the purpose of his previous attack was to feel out Tan-Tan's bottom line so that it would be convenient for him to take action later. After all, he didn't wish to obtain a broken and incomplete supreme demonic body. However, Tan-Tan was also aware of his status. He wasn't willing to be at a disadvantage. So he wanted to feel out the true limits of his opponent. Both of them had come to a conclusion after that punch. This guy possessed the supreme demonic body. However, it seemed that he hadn't unearthed the true mysteries of the supreme demonic body. So he hadn't even displayed its true might. The heavenly demon's heart had settled down after he had obtained this confirmation. He looked at Tan-Tan with an even stranger look in his eyes. In fact, he was faintly revealing an urge to possess Tan-Tan's body. This guy's cultivation is indeed higher than mine. In fact, it's much higher than mine. But his devil energy is unexpectedly heterogeneous and impure. It's brimming with a kind of demonic and heterodox feeling. This is a flaw that I can take advantage of. My devil energy is much purer than his, so it's almost meaningless to compare. However, it's the other way around in terms of quantity. I'm at a complete disadvantage in terms of comprehensive strength, so my chances of victory are slim. Therefore, I can only slowly think of a backup plan. Tan-Tan had already thought of retreating. There was no other reason than that this opponent was too dreadful. He knew that he wouldn't have any chance of victory if he were to force himself into a fight. After all, he wasn't a match for him. The heavenly demon's cultivation was higher than Tan-Tan's. So, he had obviously confirmed this earlier. Moreover, he had clearly understood Tan-Tan's thoughts. So, how could he allow him to escape? Chapter 1640. When Tan-Tan's thoughts reached this point, he saw that the heavenly demon had already flown right up to him. He immediately shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." The heavenly demon did as he said. Puzzled, he asked, "Oh, what do you have to say?" Tan-Tan took 2 deep breaths to regulate his breathing. Then he said, "To be fair, you take 3 steps back first." The heavenly demon was puzzled. Why? Tan-Tan said angrily, "Take it or leave it. Damn it. Why is it so hard to talk to you?" The heavenly demon snorted. "I'll just take 3 steps back. What can you do?" Tan-Tan took a deep breath. Suddenly, he puffed out his chest and shouted at the heavenly demon, "Hey!" His voice was like spring thunder, shocking the surroundings. Hearing that, the heavenly demon took another step back inexplicably. He said, "If you—" He hadn't even finished speaking when he heard Tan-Tan mustering his strength. It seemed as if he had exhausted all the strength in his body. Then he shouted hysterically, "Help me!" The heavenly demon was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears at all. Extremely astonished, he asked, "What did you say?" Why would Tan Tin care about what he said? But he kept calling out, "Itchy Itchyong, save me! Itchy Itchyong, save me! If you don't come, I'll be dead." "Damn you!" The heavenly demon flew into a rage. "So you're asking for help. You're actually asking for help." Tan Tan said furiously, "You fool! Can't you tell that I'm asking for help? When I encounter bad guys that I can't beat, I'm not allowed to shout for help. What kind of bullshit logic is this?" Then he opened his throat and let out another heart-wrenching howl. "Help! Itchy, itchy, itchy!" The heavenly demon flew into a rage. Demonic aura spread and engulfed the whole place. Tan didn't retreat. Instead, he went up to meet him. Gooey Goo and the others followed their hearts and joined the battle. In an instant, they were locked in a battle with the heavenly demon. Tan's side was united. They joined forces to fight against the enemy. They were destined to have no chance of winning this battle. However, if they worked together, it was still possible to hold on for a period of time. Right now, they could only hope that before their joint forces were broken, someone would really come to their rescue. In the sky, "Save me!" This was a unique voice in the First Heaven continent, and it was also a unique and miserable cry. It spread out in all directions at high speed and actually shook 1,000 miles. It was all in the city. In terms of their positions, Gu Duxing was the closest to Mo Qingwu. Gu Duxing had been paying attention to the news from Mo Qingwu's side during the propaganda, the killings, and the constant counterattack. After all, she was his future sister-in-law, especially since Mo Qingwu was so young, and this was her first big battle experience. Even though Mo Qingwu's cultivation had already reached the peak, Gu Duxing still couldn't be completely at ease. In fact, Mo Qingwu was in the northeast position, while Gu Duxing was in the north. This was originally Chu Yang's arrangement. Gu Duxing wasn't a fool. He naturally understood the meaning behind Chu Yang's actions. As Tribulation's brothers, Gu Duxing was the first one that Chu Yang got to know. They got along with each other the longest and knew each other the best. Although Gu Duxing was the strongest among the brothers, even if Gu Duxing wasn't the strongest, in terms of a certain psychological perception, Chu Yang was the strongest. Chu Yang was also most at ease with Gu Duxing here. This wasn't to say that he couldn't be completely at ease with the other brothers here. It was to say that Chu Yang had a kind of preconceived notion in his heart. This had nothing to do with feelings. It was only related to first come, first served. This was the blind spot of human thinking. There was no reason to explain it. It could basically be said to be a kind of subconscious behavior. Just like now, some leaders and enterprises clearly had excellent horses, but didn't use them. At some crucial moments, they would still use them to start their own businesses. Although the brothers back then knew that doing so might not be the right thing to do, they still did so subconsciously. Did you have a temper? Even if this ended up messing up the big plan. So what? This paragraph doesn't count. Damn it, I'm excited. Hearing that Mo Qingwu's side had a smooth journey, Gu Duxing naturally felt relieved. And in the northwest, Dong Wushang was also advancing toward the center with a kind of momentum. In this way, the situation in the north, northeast, and northwest gradually stabilized. Gu Duxing's heart finally relaxed a little. Fighting all the way until now, the pressure could be said to be not great. Not only were there no particularly outstanding experts among the ordinary participants, even on the law enforcement officer's side, there weren't any outstanding experts. Even if there were a few ordinary supreme martial artist experts, they would be easily dealt with. It wasn't enough to affect the overall situation at all. Therefore, Gu Duxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Dharma Supreme didn't intend to completely fall out with them at this time. This was basically in line with Chu Yang's estimation. The Dharma Supreme's target this time was the Tianding Grand Meeting. If there weren't any major changes, he wouldn't act rashly and lose the big picture for the small. If an all-out war were to be launched at this time, the law enforcement officers would have a high chance of winning. However, The Tianding Grand Meeting that they had painstakingly planned would definitely be ruined. Once the war broke out, it would be absolutely impossible for the Dharma Supreme and the heavenly demons to gather everyone like they did now. In that case, they wouldn't be able to absorb the soul power that they needed the most. It would take at least hundreds, or even thousands of times more effort. How could the Dharma Supreme not see the drawbacks in this aspect? Seeing that the public opinion here had been completely stirred up, Guduxing decided to meet up with Mo Chingu. Only when they really met up could they be completely at ease. It wouldn't be too late to talk about other things. After all, the big clans are also fully cooperating with us now. The target that Big Brother requested is also more or less completed. Guduxing let out a long howl and prepared to move closer to Mo Chingu's side. Although they had been besieged and ambushed countless times, nothing happened in the end. There wasn't even a wound left on second Old Master Gu's body. Even his clothes seemed to be very clean. It was really a little too easy to baidu Chebal fragrant words. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation level. In the heart, the 8 of them were all chatting happily with Chu Yang. It seems like there's really no pressure here. Who am I? There was no other person who could be so smug other than Ao Shin. This dragon was close to forgetting himself now. I've snatched a lot of things this time. Waha, I'm rich. This sentence couldn't help but make the brothers collectively despise him. Other than this miser Ao Shin, there really wasn't anyone else who would snatch things at this time. What kind of good treasures could a bunch of low-level martial artists have that could catch the eye of a supreme martial artist? Under normal circumstances, if a supreme martial artist told a low-level martial artist that he had taken a fancy to something, the low-level martial artist would definitely immediately give it to him and would even be eager to give it to him. It was an honor. After all, there were too few opportunities for low-level martial artists to have any relationship with a supreme martial artist. However, Ao Shin's situation was that of a supreme martial artist robbing low-level martial artists. It really didn't sound good if word got out. It wasn't an ordinary, tasteless thing. I really despise. Rue Budong's voice rang out. Why am I with this guy? I really want to say that I don't know him. It's really too embarrassing. Damn it, Antog. GMO was elated. It's really fun. It's a pity that there aren't any experts to test it out. It's a pity. It's more or less a little strenuous on my side. Luo Kadi's voice obviously had a teasing tone. Awu, I actually have emperor-level experts on my side, and there are quite a few of them. It's really strenuous. Everyone scolded in unison. This guy really dared to say that. Everything is normal on my side. There's no pressure. Xie Danqiong was still indifferent. There's no need to say more. The most important thing was for everyone to gather together. Long delays may lead to trouble, Dong Wushang said. Dong Wushang obviously had a Molay, or by his side to remind him. Otherwise, with just Dong Wushang alone, it seemed that he really wouldn't be able to say such words that took the big picture into consideration. Everyone was naturally well aware of this point. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dong Wushang was so amused that he scratched his head. Was there a problem with his wife's words? There was no problem, right? There was really no problem. Conflicted, Chu Yang's voice rang out. Why isn't Chingu saying anything? Did she meet someone difficult to deal with? Mo Chingu's voice clearly carried sweetness. I'm fine. Everything is going smoothly. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone has gathered, let's blossom and spread out. After we're done, we'll come back. For this operation, the Dharma Supreme will definitely need some time to receive the news. We've caught them off guard this time. We may not have such an opportunity in the future. It's still hard to say what will happen next. Understood. Everyone agreed together. Right at this moment, Guduxing clearly sensed 2 strong auras coming from the north. Before they arrived, their powerful auras were already like a hurricane passing by, heavily oppressing his heart. These 2 people were definitely not to be trifled with. Gu Duxing couldn't help but be startled. He immediately said, "There are 2 experts from the north. They have a strong, murderous aura. I'm afraid they're experts from the law enforcement officers. Everyone be careful." Mo Qingguo was the first to bear the brunt. She said, "I've also sensed it. There's such a dangerous feeling. I believe the people from the north are of extremely high cultivation. They're probably not weaker than us." Everyone else agreed. These 2 people came aggressively, and their murderous aura was even more undisguised. Everyone had already sensed it. On the other side, Chu Yang made a prompt decision. "Everyone, gather together immediately. Be careful and be on guard. Safety is the first priority. Pay attention to see if it's an expert from the law enforcement officers. If it is, avoid them as soon as possible. If it isn't, join forces to kill them." All the brothers agreed, and quickly gathered around the central location like a meteor flashing by. From 8 directions, 8 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The power of a second-grade supreme martial artist was truly revealed at this moment. In an instant, there was complete silence in the capital city. 8 second-grade supreme martial artists took action at the same time. Everyone's aura was fully released. Such power, even in the capital city, was definitely the first time it had happened. The people below couldn't help but look up at the figures flashing past above their heads. They couldn't help but be stunned. Tribulation. The tribulation of the tribulation sword master. He had actually grown to such an unattainable realm. In several directions in the city, the experts from several big clans felt the power of the Tribulation Brothers. Their expressions were complicated and their eyes flickered. Many people sighed at the same time. Tribulation was based on grade. He could be considered to have achieved great success. It was just a matter of time before he dominated the world. The extraterrestrial demon here was already unrivaled. The tribulation over there was also fully fledged. What should they do? In the blink of an eye, 2 sharp and long howls broke through the air. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed. The black dragon sword let out a loud and clear howl. It rose up and turned into a black dragon with billowing smoke. It flew out of the sky and met them head-on. Dong Wushang stomped his feet and flew into the air with a saber. He changed direction and rushed toward the north. Meet the enemy. 2 voices that sounded like metal and stone clashing said coldly, "Tribulation of the world, die today." Chapter 1641. After a while, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, as if they had materialized out of thin air. With the appearance of these 2 people, boundless pressure and majesty appeared. That was the confidence of the law enforcers for 10,000 years, a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. But at this moment, this confidence transformed into a strange and domineering special aura. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The 2 of them stared down coldly with 4 pairs of eyes. The next moment, 2 black lights shot up into the sky, one on the left and one on the right, sweeping over. Clang, 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 below. Countless long swords suddenly left their sheaths spontaneously, shining brightly. Countless people were shocked to see their swords leave their sheaths spontaneously, and a thought came to their minds. Then they were completely shocked by this thought, and they blurted out, "Sword supremacy!" Almost at the same time, countless sabers also let out long cries and left their sheaths. They were almost half a foot long. This meant that besides the sword supremacy, there was also the saber supremacy. Facing the strong attack of the law enforcers, a saber and a sword supremacy faced it head-on. In midair, for powerful supreme martial artist auras clashed and collided with each other, gradually scattering in all directions. Rings of powerful auras continued to spread out in an unbridled manner. Down below, almost everyone was trembling because of the sudden powerful aura. Being suppressed by such an aura, everyone felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Perhaps at this moment, or perhaps at the next moment, they would die. "Are you here to kidnap people?" Since you're here, why don't you report your name? Otherwise, you'll die without a name." A high-grade supreme martial artist shouted coldly, his words full of strong murderous intent. Gu Duxing smiled coldly and said, "For tens of thousands of years, the law enforcers have always been the most powerful helpers of the tribulation, Sword Master. Who would have thought that today, when the heavenly demon is wreaking havoc, you would be the first to jump out and rebel against the heavens? Are you willing to become the slaves of the heavenly demon so willingly?" The expression on the high-grade supreme martial artist's face didn't change at all, but the black gas in his eyes suddenly surged out. He said coldly, "I'm Ghost Sword Duan Tiansong. My sword has dominated the heavens, and I've never killed a nobody. I advise you to tell me your name. You don't mind walking without a name. I still care about the record of killing a tribulation, but I don't know which tribulation was killed." The other shorter one laughed strangely and said, "I am the demonic saber ancestor, hee. I don't care if I know your names or not. You are just people who are about to die." At this moment, in the crowd below, there was a commotion. Some of the upper echelons of the aristocratic families were shocked. The newcomers were Ghost Sword Duan Tiansong and Demonic Saber Ancestor, hee. These two people were the top killers of the law enforcement officers. These two people had always been ruthless to their enemies. As long as it was an enemy of the law enforcement officers, they would never let them go. This was not the main point. The main point was that these two people had never been defeated. The two of them were already members of the Patriarch Hall among the law enforcement officers. Originally, it was only under Wind and Moon. The combined power of these two people was only slightly inferior to that of the Moon Breeze couple. All the experts in the world would turn pale at the mention of this name. Unexpectedly, it was fine if the Dharma Supreme didn't make a move. As soon as they made their move, they directly dispatched the two ace experts of the world law enforcement. For a moment, there was silence. The law enforcement experts under the Dharma Supreme, the fresh legend of tribulation under the tribulation Sword Master. It was about to be the first head-on collision. Who would win and who would lose? The legend of tribulation could be rewritten, or even ended. Would the demonic calamity of the Dharma Supreme be eliminated or even annihilated? The only thing that was certain was that no matter the outcome, no matter who won or lost, this battle would be recorded in history. For the first time in 10,000 years, there was a situation where law enforcement experts faced tribulation head-on. For the first time, law enforcement experts and tribulation engaged in a life-and-death battle. This battle in the future announced the end of a great era, and at the same time, the arrival of a new era. No matter who won or lost, it would shake the world and shock the world. Gu Duxing sneered. "Ghost Sword and Demonic Saber? I haven't seen the Ghost Sword, but the name of Demonic Saber is now true. Is the heavenly demon's underling worthy of ruling the world and enforcing the martial world? Listen, I am Gu Duxing, one of the tribulations under Big Brother Tribulation, Sword Master." Dong Wushang laughed. "Demonic Saber? What a coincidence, haha. The veteran's is the Dark Saber, but yours is the Demonic Saber. Today, I will let the world see how the Demonic Saber will break and how the Dark Saber will dominate the world. I am Dong Wushang, one of the tribulations under Big Brother Tribulation, Sword Master Chu. How arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue and break my Demonic Saber? After a while, the saber will be broken and people will die." "Demonic Saber Master," he said, coldly, "when men kill people, they never rely on their mouths." Dong Wushang stood in the air. With a flip of his wrist, the dark saber appeared in his hand. He held the saber horizontally across his chest and pointed the tip of the saber forward. He shouted, "Zuhi, come forward and accept your death." Zu. He looked up to the sky and let out a long and loud roar. The magic saber in his hand flashed and he leaped up. Then he soared into the sky without any support. Dong Wushang laughed wildly and followed after him with a whoosh. Both of them hadn't made a move yet, but the surroundings were already filled with saber energy. With a flash of the black saber, Dong Wushang attacked first. Holding the saber in one hand, the dark saber, which had already reached 1,500 kilograms, came down. Zhu He's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "You want to rule the world with your saber? Ask my demonic saber first." The demonic saber was held horizontally in a head-on manner to block the attack. At this moment, Gu Dexing and Duan Tiansong didn't make a move. They just watched the fierce collision between Dong Wushang and Zhu He. This was because the first clash between the two of them was already enough to decide something. Therefore, both of them were fully focused on observing the outcome of this collision. Gu Dexing was full of confidence in Dong Wushang. Coincidentally, Duan Tiansong was also very confident in Zhu He. However, Gu Dexing's expression was focused and concerned. As for Duan Tiansong's expression, it was a mixture of excitement, cruelty, and indifference. Zhu He's attack could definitely test the depth of the opponent's foundation. Since the two of them were qualified to belong to the tribulations, their cultivation was naturally similar. His probing was equivalent to finding a path for himself, which was greatly beneficial to him. As for whether Zhu He was dead or alive, that was his own business. Losing his life to the enemy had nothing to do with others, and it had nothing to do with Duan Tiansong. The moment this thought arose, Duan Tiansong also felt surprised. He and Zhu He had worked together all their lives. Even if they didn't dare to say that their friendship was life or death, it was still a close friendship. He had never been so indifferent to Zhu He's safety. But why did he think so this time? But in the blink of an eye, another thought arose inexplicably. What could be more important than the great cause of the heavenly demon? The black aura around his body suddenly surged. Duan Tiansong immediately felt at ease and was no longer surprised. Gu Dexing's sharp eyes flashed. He looked at him with some surprise, but Duan Tiansong didn't care. The two sabers finally collided with each other. Both of them shook at the same time. Dong Wushang's burly body suddenly took a step back and then took another step back. His body leaned back slightly and then he turned back. As for Zhu He flew out 100 feet like a kite with a broken string. The saber in his hand was still buzzing. His face suddenly turned pale, and then a burst of black aura surged. His hawk-like eyes stared at Dong Wushang, and he said with difficulty, "What a heavy saber!" As soon as he said that, a trace of blood finally came out of the corner of his mouth. Dong Wushang sneered and said, "Is it very heavy? I think it's just that your saber isn't heavy enough." When it came to cultivation, although they were all supreme martial artists and were roughly on par, Zhu He still had the upper hand in detail. After all, his foundation was much, much deeper than Dong Wushang's. It was all accumulated through his own cultivation. And Dong Wushang's current cultivation was mostly obtained through external forces, even though he had already taken it all for his own use. There was still a gap between the degree of purity and the degree of utilization. But in a real fight, other than cultivation, there were several other factors that determined the outcome. In Dong Wushang's case, his advantage was his great strength and heavy saber. Dong Wushang was born with great strength. Coupled with his black saber, it was even more powerful. And although Zhu He's saber was also a heavy saber, it only weighed 135 kilograms. Dong Wushang's black saber originally weighed 570 kilograms. After being strengthened by Chu Yang when he was a second-grade supreme martial artist, it already weighed 1,500 kilograms. Not long ago, after breaking through to second-grade supreme martial artist, Dong Wushang pestered Chu Yang to strengthen the black saber again. At present, it already weighed a full 1,500 kilograms. Dong Wushang was very satisfied with this weight. A 1,500 kilogram saber, coupled with Dong Wushang's great strength, and the fact that they were fighting at a high altitude, the opponent's saber only weighed 135 kilograms. This gap was really too big. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as big as heaven and earth. Caught off guard and unprepared, he could take this saber without dying or being crippled, and even the saber itself was intact. This result was already beyond Dong Wushang's expectations. Since you think it's heavy, let's take another saber. Have a good taste of Second Master Dong's prowess. Dong Wushang gave a loud shout and spun up. His body turned into a tornado as he spun and slashed at the ancestral river. He already knew their strengths and weaknesses. How would he dare to take it head-on? He dodged and took advantage of the momentum to counterattack with his saber. Dong Wushang turned his wrist and somersaulted in the air. His black saber clashed fiercely against the opponent's saber. He still did not dare to take it head-on and was forced to change his move again. Dong Wushang was still unchanging. I'll go how you come. We're on the same level. I'll use whatever moves you use. It'll be a head-on clash, and I'll have the advantage no matter what. Anyway, I'm strong and my saber is heavy. You're weak and your saber is light. You'll be at a disadvantage no matter what. Chapter 1642. Duan Tiansong's voice had become calm and peaceful. He no longer had the viciousness and craziness from before. Your sword intent is really strange. It makes me feel lonely and lonely. Duan Tiansong looked at Gu Duxing with a smile. Especially after the sword, I felt even more sad and lonely. He sighed sincerely. Good swordsmanship. Legend Tribulation certainly lives up to its name. Brother Tribulation is invincible. I've finally experienced it myself today. He was full of praise. Not only was he not angry, he was instead filled with some kind of relief. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment. Then he said, You didn't use your full strength, especially in the last fight. Duan Tiansong shook his head. It's not that I didn't want to, but I really couldn't. Although the demonic aura can increase the power of martial techniques, I've had too little contact with it after all. I haven't completely integrated it into my 10,000 years of habits. So, I definitely didn't show mercy just now. In fact, even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. He laughed bitterly, because at that time, I still couldn't control myself. Then why are you now? Gu Duxing asked with some surprise. He was surprised at the enemy's change. Why did it seem like he was completely demonic? Because I'm already dead. Duan Tiansong smiled calmly. Nothing matters in life except death. I, Duan Tiansong, finally understand the true meaning of this sentence today. Once you've seen through life and death, what's there to be afraid of? So now he can't control me anymore. I'm finally me again. I'm no longer a demonic puppet. He looked at the battle between Dong Wushang and Zhu Hehe in a daze. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, In the past, I always said that death isn't scary. But for those who are truly alive, there's no one who can see through the word death. Since ancient times, the only difficult thing is death. It turns out that death is ultimately so difficult. He looked at Gu Duxing calmly and said, Gu Duxing, your swordsmanship has already reached a higher level and is about to reach the peak. You've already gone further than me. Before I die, I have nothing to tell you because you've already surpassed me. However, I still want to tell you something. It was a sentence about martial arts. It's also the only realization I have after death. Gu Duxing said seriously, Please enlighten me. After a moment of silence, Duan Tiansong finally said word by word, Life and death. The mortal battlefield is the best place for you to go. After seeing through death, one swordsmanship should be able to achieve small accomplishment. Then, if one were to see through life, one would be able to achieve great accomplishment. Everyone could talk about this principle, but it was difficult to achieve it. I've never been able to see through it. Even now, I still haven't been able to see through death. Even in death, I still haven't been able to see through it, because death is, after all, an external force and not one's own state of mind. Remember life and death. It was a kind of realm. It's not just about living or dying. Duan Tiansong said softly. Gu Duxing murmured in a low voice, "Life and death are a kind of realm. It's not as simple as living or dying." After pondering for a long time, he said, "I'll remember it. I don't really understand it yet, but I'm going to try and explore. Thank you for your advice." "You're welcome." Duan Tiansong let out a long sigh. "In the future, when you see people like us, I will ask you for one thing on their behalf." Gu Duxing said respectfully, "Please speak." "As fast as you can. Kill them." Duan Tiansong smiled warmly. "The faster you die, the more likely you will be able to preserve your reputation. You know what I mean." Gu Duxing nodded slowly. "I'll remember it. If it's possible, I'll do my best." Duan Tiansong nodded and smiled. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, watching the battle between Dong Wushang and Zhu Hihi. He said dispassionately, "I'll wait for my brother. With a companion in the netherworld, I won't be alone. We brothers have walked together for 10,000 years, never abandoning each other in life and death. But at the last moment, we almost broke that spirit of brotherhood. This is what I should thank you for the most. That sword of yours gave me this last moment of clarity." On the other side, Dong Wushang had obviously gained an overwhelming advantage. He forced Zhu Hihi to clash head-on with his saber strike after strike. With every strike, both of them would spit out blood at the same time. It was an extremely barbaric fight. It was a head-on collision. There were no tricks or tricks involved in the fight. At this moment, both of them were clearly enraged. Their eyes were red, and there was no need for dodging at all. They could only clash head-on. The empty space was shattered piece by piece. The next moment, it was reassembled, and the next moment, it was shattered again. The cycle was endless. The place where the two of them fought was already thousands of feet high in the air. Below the place where they fought, the whole place was shaking. The two of them shook violently, causing their bodies to sway. After such a battle, Zhu Hihi's side has recovered a little bit of his sanity. Duan Tiansong was relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a suicidal way of fighting. If he really fought in a clear-headed state, your companion's strength is too great. He was born a hero, so he neglected techniques. So even if he could win in the end, he would still have to pay a considerable price. His fighting style is too simple, so simple that it's regrettable. Gu Duxing nodded seriously. "I'll pass on your words," to Dong Wushang seriously. Duan Tiansong nodded with a smile. Finally, Dong Wushang let out a fierce roar. Holding the saber with both his hands, which had already split open, he slashed at Zhu Hihi, dripping with blood. What a powerful and domineering slash. That was a slash, and also a slash that cut through everything. Poof! Zhu Hihi's demonic saber could no longer bear it and shattered in an instant. The demonic saber, which was already riddled with holes and fragmented from the continuous collisions, finally couldn't bear the strongest and fiercest impact. Before the final collision even hit, it had already shattered completely. Dong Wushang's dark saber was like lightning and thunder, slashing wildly at Zhu Hihi. Zhu Hihi's twisted face suddenly revealed a peaceful smile. He actually stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing Dong Wushang's saber without dodging. His face was calm. "Stop!" Duan Tiansong shouted. "Stop!" Gu Duxing shouted to stop him. Dong Wushang was shocked when he heard that. He pulled back his saber with all his strength. However, the saber energy that had left the saber couldn't be stopped. The biting, cold saber energy had already passed through Zhu Hihi's body. Zhu Hihi's expression gradually calmed down. He maintained his unmoving figure. He could clearly feel the sharp saber energy cutting through his heart meridians. The expression on his face finally changed again. The originally calm expression became more and more relaxed. There was even a kind of carefree feeling of waking up from a nightmare and finally being free. Zhu Hihi, who had finally broken free from the demonic shackles and was about to die, no longer looked at Dong Wushang. Instead, he turned around and floated toward Duan Tiansong, who was in the air. The people below were all surprised and puzzled. What was the result of this battle? It looked like Tribulation's side had won a complete victory. But why did the victors, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, look a little sad, while the two losers, Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hihi, look a little happy? They were no longer as violent and ferocious as they were at the beginning. The winner didn't win, and the loser didn't lose. What happened between the Ghost Sword and the Devil Sword and the Tribulation Sword Supreme? In a flash, Zhu Hihi had already arrived in front of Duan Tiansong. The two of them looked at each other deeply and smiled at the same time. Fortunately, although we were plotted against, we didn't make a big mistake. This is God's favor to us. Yes, you are still you and I'm still me. Yes, this is indeed our fortune. The two of them spoke very softly. The words that came from one's mouth entered the other's ears. The rest was blown away by the high-altitude hurricane. In the surging wind, the clothes and hair of the two of them fluttered in the wind. The smiles on their faces were warm and sincere as if they were red. Duan Tiansong's calm and relaxed face gradually turned pale. A touch of pain finally appeared on his face. It was the same for Zhu Hihi on the opposite side. This was the price to pay for breaking free from the demonic shackles. Only with the price of life could one break free from the demonic shackles. Even if the two of them had extremely high cultivation and could temporarily hold on to their last breath of vital energy and not die, they couldn't hold on for too long. Death was finally coming. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing's hearts trembled. To be able to make the second-grade supreme martial artists who had seen through life and death feel such pain, what could it be? The expressions on their faces became more and more painful, but the joy in their eyes became more and more. Ha ha ha. Zhu Hihi suddenly trembled all over and laughed to the sky. He said loudly, I, Zhu Hihi, have killed countless people in my life. People call me the Devil Sword. I've killed good people and bad people. There were also many times when I killed the wrong person. But in this life of mine, I believe that I'm worthy of the title of Enforcer. I, Zhu Hihi, am known as the sword-bearer of the Enforcers. I'm recognized as the executioner, and my hands are stained with blood. But still, I've been cursed countless times in my life. But my reputation is even better. I'm indomitable and worthy of the title of a man. Today, before I go, I almost lost my integrity. The demonic aura is still raging in my heart, but I'm already a dead man. Even if the demonic aura isn't extinguished, what can it do to me? Zhu Hihi laughed loudly. The corner of Duan Tiansong's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He just smiled and nodded repeatedly. Bright streaks of blood had already broken out of the corner of his mouth. The two of them stood side by side. Suddenly, they tried their best to straighten their bodies. It seemed that even this straightening of their bodies required a lot of effort. A thin trace of blood appeared on Duan Tiansong's throat. Faint traces of blood also appeared on his waist. And where Zhu Hihi's heart was, blood began to surge. But the two of them didn't seem to notice this at all. They straightened their bodies and bowed deeply to Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Thank you. My illustrious name has finally not fallen. It's all thanks to the help of the two of you. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing only felt heartfelt sadness in their hearts. Duan Tiansong had already turned around. Enduring the pain, he said to Zhu Hihi, Brother, even if you and I die, our spirits may not be at peace. Our spirits seem to still be useful to those demons, right? Zhu Hihi suddenly realized something. He said to Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, Yes, I almost forgot about this. Don't forget, you must destroy our spirits. Chapter 1643. A solemn expression appeared on Zhu Hihi's face as he said in a low voice, Once we succumb to the devil, even our spirit will lose its freedom. Even if we die, our spirit will return to the hands of those who have succumbed to the devil and become nourishment. When we succumb to the devil previously, we can no longer control our spirit completely. Even if we use the dharma of destruction of body and soul, we can only destroy the part of our spirit that we can control. As for the spirit that has already been demonized, we are already powerless to destroy it. Good people, please go all the way. Just destroy our spirit and soul and consign us to eternal damnation. A conflicted expression appeared on Gu Duxing's face. This matter no longer concerns us. If our spirit ends up benefiting the extraterrestrial demons, it will only harm more lives in the world. Duan Tiansong said weakly, Lord Gu, there is a knife above the word tolerance. Tolerance is multifaceted. If you can't bear it now, you are being cruel to us and to the world. If you are cruel to us now, you are being cruel to the world and to yourself. If you allow our spirit to strengthen the extraterrestrial demons, the two of us will truly die with regrets. Please fulfill my wish, I beg you. All right, on behalf of the world, I thank the two seniors for their kindness. Gu Duxing said decisively, when this matter is over, I will personally erect a memorial tablet for the two seniors. It will be written, Ghost Sword and Devil Saber, rule the world. I am very relieved. The two of them smiled at the same time. They looked at each other and said at the same time, Brothers, let's go. Blood spurted out from various wounds on their bodies at the same time. Gu Duxing's last sword strike seemed casual, but in fact it had already severed Duan Tiansong's throat and waist, cutting off his life force. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break free from the devil's shackles on his own. As for Duan Tiansong, he was able to hold on until now because of his peerless cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for 10,000 years to maintain his last breath. As for Dong Wushang's last strike, even though he had withdrawn his saber in time, the sharp saber energy could not be withdrawn in time, especially when Zhu Hehe was still bent on seeking death. Without any resistance, the saber energy that penetrated his body had already shattered his heart meridians. The injuries of the two of them were already so severe that there was no longer any possibility of them surviving. However, the two of them barely managed to survive because they were worried that their spirits would be used by the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon. Although they were dead, they would still be a hindrance to the human world. But now that they had gotten Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's promises, their minds relaxed. They didn't want to force themselves to continue walking together. Just as the two's injuries were acting up at the same time, a clear and resonant roar suddenly sounded from the center of the capital city, stirring up winds. Then an awe-inspiring sword light soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. It made a turn in the air, and the sword Qi whistled. With the sound of wind and thunder that shook the heavens and earth, he rode on his sword and flew away at an extremely fast speed. This figure flashed across the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, it left a dazzling sword light that spanned hundreds of miles in the sky above the capital. Even after that person had left for a long time, there was still no sign of it disappearing. What a sharp sword! Duan Tiansong's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened. He asked in a weak voice, Was it the Tribulation's sword master who just passed by? Gu Duxing said, It was Big Brother Chu. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness the Tribulation, Sword Master's majesty, before we die. Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hehe smiled in relief. We have no more regrets in this life. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang didn't reply. The bodies of these two were already torn apart in the air, and they died with their bodies dismembered. The last words of their lives came from Zhu Hehe's mouth. The demonic saber may be called a demon, but my heart is not a demon. Sirs, please don't forget to destroy our spirits. Even if we die, we won't be used by the demon. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's expressions were solemn and serious. They said, Rest assured, seniors, our names will last for eternity. A saber and a sword mixed with the top-grade spirits of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. came crashing down violently. After the death of Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hihi, their spirits dissipated into the world in an instant, forever annihilated. Clouds and mist drifted. It was as if they could still vaguely see the gratified smiles of those two. But after that, their life marks completely dissipated into the world. Gu Duxing held his sword and bowed. Dong Wushang stood respectfully with his saber in hand, paying the highest respect to these two law enforcement seniors. Both of their hearts were heavy. The demonic saber, my heart is not a demon. Such a hero, but he was plotted against by the Dharma Supreme. At this moment, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's hatred was overwhelming. There had never been a time when they wanted to kill someone so badly. The Dharma Supreme, you really deserve to die. After a while, Gu Duxing seriously cleaned up the remains of the two seniors. Only then did he calm down and said, the one who went by just now was obviously boss. He left in such a hurry. Did something happen over there? Let's go over and take a look too. We can help out a little, Dong Wushang suggested. Gu Duxing nodded. The two of them called out to their brothers and directly flew up on their swords. They turned into flowing light and disappeared into the north. After a long, long time in the capital below, the crowd of petrified spectators finally regained their ability to move. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation made their first high-profile appearance under the sky. The shock they left in the world was really unparalleled. The law enforcement supreme martial artists who had been law enforcement officers for 10,000 years actually died in the hands of Tribulation's brothers in a one-on-one battle. Although this fact had long been expected, Tribulation was invincible in the world, but similarly it was even more unexpected. After all, they were still so young. Tribulation is indeed worthy of his reputation. He's really amazing. Yes, I really didn't expect that they could really kill a low-level supreme martial artist. Although I've heard that Tribulation was invincible in the world as one, but it still feels a little like a dream. It's just a pity for the two seniors, Ghost Sword and Devil Saber. Sigh, although they were enemies with Tribulation, I've never heard of any major misdeeds in their lives. Today they died just like that. I just feel, sigh, yes? It's really a pity Duan Tiansong and the rest didn't talk loudly in the sky. Apart from the high-level martial artists who had reached a certain level of cultivation and were at least 5th grade supreme martial artists, the rest of the people below couldn't hear it. Those few who heard it had a look of sadness on their faces. But absolutely no one said the truth. Everyone made a decision at the same time. Keep their mouths shut. This matter concerned the reputation of the two seniors, Ghost Sword and Devil Saber. No one could bear to say that they were controlled by the extraterrestrial demon after their deaths. That would be a betrayal of conscience. This truth could only be written on a monument for Ghost Sword and Devil Saber after they killed the extraterrestrial demon and died in battle with the extraterrestrial demon. But if anyone said it now, the result would be certain. They wouldn't be able to live past today. Hundreds of miles away, the Dharma Supreme suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned into two black holes as he stared at the void in front of him, his long hair fluttering without wind. After a long time he gritted his teeth and said, "How can this be? Can he temporarily keep his mind clear just because he has returned to the dead? He can actually reject the call of my demonic seed and abandon my extraterrestrial demon order. What a bastard. He's dead, and he still wants to set me up. Damn it." He turned and left. Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hihi had awakened at the last moment. Their divine bodies had dissipated, and they had disappeared from the world forever. But this also made it impossible for the Dharma Supreme to receive the power from the demonic spirit. Naturally, there was no need for the Dharma Supreme to go. Moreover, he was very anxious to find the extraterrestrial demon and ask him what exactly was going on. If it was an exception, it would be fine. But if everyone was like that, what should he do? This wasn't a good sign. He shouldn't waste his efforts in vain. I didn't expect the tribulation now to have actually grown to such a level. It's really hard to imagine how he could improve so quickly and so shockingly. Damn it. The Dharma Supreme's face was full of worry. As he flew, he calculated and deliberated in his heart. Should I change my tactics at the Tianding Grand Meeting to kill the Tribulation Sword Master first? On the other side, Chu Yang directly took out the Tribulation sword and flew on it. His speed was as fast as lightning. He was practically burning with anxiety. Chu Yang left in a hurry because he sensed something. At that time, he was waiting for his brother's triumphant return at the inn. Moreover, Mo Tianji had arranged for his brothers to go out and enter from the outside. They pushed forward layer by layer, and all parties were synchronized. It was the Guiyuan formation. Chu Yang stayed in the inn and didn't move. Although he seemed to be doing nothing, in fact, it was the Yuan in the Guiyuan formation. With the Tribulation Sword Master's powerful fate energy, it suppressed the evil energy in all directions and ensured the safety of his brothers. At this time, Chu Yang's mind was very sharp. The power of his divine sense was unparalleled. Seeing that his brothers had already reunited and that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had single-handedly defeated two supreme martial artists who had been famous for a long time, Chu Yang was extremely happy. But at this time, he suddenly felt a vibration in his divine sense. It was an extremely unusual vibration. Something had happened, and something big had happened. Something major had happened to someone he cared about. Now that he was unsettled, this meant that something had happened to someone he cared about. How could Chu Yang not be shocked? At this moment, Chu Yang felt extremely uneasy. He couldn't help but close his eyes. However, he seemed to hear a voice calling out to him at the top of its lungs for help. "Itchy, itchy, help!" Chu Yang suddenly quivered and jumped up. Tan Tan! It was him. But what could have happened to him? Tan Tan's current cultivation was very high. He was definitely stronger than Chu Yang. Moreover, he had a group of 3 stars divine clan elders by his side. With such strength, it was difficult to find a match in the world. How could he be in danger? No. Maybe there really was someone who was qualified and capable of threatening Tan Tan and his group. The Heavenly Demon. After recuperating for a while, the Heavenly Demon had recovered his strength. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon had encountered Tan Tan? "Tianji, you take charge of this place. I have urgent matters to attend to." Chu Yang only had time to say these words before he suddenly broke through the roof of the inn on his flying sword. Then he broke through the sky like a thunderbolt. Chapter 1644. Huang Xiaoliu and the experts of the Huang clan who heard the noise and came out to watch didn't discover anything. They only had time to see the big hole on the top of their heads. Mo Tianji's slender figure flashed and appeared where Chu Yang was standing. He frowned and said, "What happened? What can happen at this moment?" How would Huang Xiaoliu and the others know what happened? Upon hearing this question, they couldn't help but shake their heads blankly. Mo Tianji tightly knitted his brows. What is it that could make Chu Yang so impatient to go there? And he didn't even have time to inform us? He wanted to use the World Master to check the secrets of heaven, but he had just used his heart's blood. Although he had already used heavy pills to make up for it, if he were to trigger a backlash from the secrets of heaven, he would easily die. Mo Tianji frowned and forced himself to calm down. He thought, no matter what, Chu Yang will definitely send back news once he goes. Let's stay calm for the time being and adapt to the situation. After a while, he felt that his brothers were chasing after Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel relieved. With these people gathered together, even if they were to face the joint forces of the Heavenly Demon and the Dharma Supreme, they should be able to protect themselves. Tan Tan's side had already reached a critical moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his life was at risk. As for why Tan Tan and the strongest lineup of the 3 Stars Divine Clan were still in a desperate situation, the reason was very simple. The Heavenly Demon, who had recovered a lot of his strength, was really too strong. He was so strong that he had far surpassed the limits of the Heavenly Layer practitioners. To put it bluntly, with the heavenly demon's current strength, he was definitely invincible in the heavenly layer. Unless Zi Xieching reappeared, there would be no chance of defeating the enemy. Moreover, it was calculated with the current heavenly demon. If he really recovered to his peak state, even Zi Xieching might reappear. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Previously, when Tan Tan used his strongest move and shouted, "Help!" not to mention the elders of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, even the heavenly demon was about to collapse. As a peak-level supreme martial artist, as the leader of a clan, as the owner of the supreme demon body, as a self-proclaimed demon king. As in short, no matter which identity he had, Master Tan, who had many high-level identities, didn't seem to have a reason to shout for help. But he still shouted. Moreover, he shouted it with righteousness and confidence. His voice was like a great bell, and the sound lingered in the air for 3 days. His voice shook 1,000 miles. The heavenly demon could not understand this. He said angrily, as the leader of a race and the strongest of the current generation. He is the leader of a race. You're shameless. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Great Demon King? Giving the supreme demon body to you is simply a waste, Ba. Tan Tan angrily said, "You spat on me? I'm the one who spat at you. Are you out of your mind? Is your reputation or your life more important? Looking at you, it seems like you've lived for a long time. Have you been living like a dog?" How could he not understand such a simple logic? You dare to come out and mess around. I really don't know how you managed to survive until now. Are you too lucky, or are your enemies too unlucky? The heavenly demon was speechless. Talking to this little normal was definitely asking for trouble. This was definitely a mischievous guy who never played his cards rationally. For such people, it was more important to get rid of them as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. The most important thing was that this was the supreme demon body. It was almost the legendary ultimate demon body. This was an extremely good thing that even the top-notch heavenly demon seniors yearned to obtain. In the entire heavenly demon clan, only a few people above the heavenly demon king could possess the supreme demon body. Today, such a good thing had fallen from the sky and landed on his head. The series of bad luck that he had encountered previously was not a problem at all. As long as he could obtain this supreme demon body, it didn't matter how unlucky he was. It didn't matter. As soon as he thought that he would be able to possess this little supreme demon body. That wouldn't be a wonderful thing. The heavenly demon looked at Tan Tan as if a pervert had seen a beauty, or a mouse had seen rice. He was endlessly salivating. Without saying anything further, he stepped forward and attacked with all his strength. He used his greatest effort and mental strength to capture Tan as quickly as possible. He wanted to possess his body. A burst of dense demon fog suddenly spread in all directions. The entire world was almost shielded by this demon fog in an instant. The heavenly demon cackled strangely. I was merciful just now and allowed all of you to contend with me. Now, I'm going to attack with all my strength. Lower realm ant, prepare to face the consequences. The heavenly demon admitted that he had been merciful and hadn't gone all out. He wasn't praising himself against Gooey Goo just now because he hadn't seen through Tan Tan's physique clearly. He would definitely gain a quick victory if he went all out. However, it would also worsen his injuries. It was very likely that his injuries that had just recovered would worsen again, or even become unmanageable. But right now, with such a great temptation as the supreme demon body in front of him, why would the heavenly demon care about serious injuries? As long as he could possess this body. So what if his injuries were a little more serious? With a strange laugh, the heavenly demon's aura surged and he flew down. Tan was already scared by his gaze to begin with. Seeing that he didn't care about the others at all and only attacked him, he was even more certain of something. Although this guy's demonic aura is abnormally huge, it's not as pure and authentic as mine. Could it be that he's targeting me? The thought had only just occurred to him when the other party's heavenly demon hand had already transformed into several dozen arms. They reached out menacingly from a stretch of demon fog and grabbed down at Tan-Tan. In an instant, they practically sealed off all of Tan-Tan's paths of retreat. Seeing this, Tan-Tan didn't dare to be negligent. With a loud roar, he activated all of his cultivation and shouted, "Mountains and rivers in one hand!" His right hand reached out abruptly. The entire palm was pitch black and shiny. It really had an aura as if it was lifting up the mountains and rivers in the world as it went up to meet the attack. The heavenly demon clicked his tongue and said, "You've got some moves. This move is quite interesting." Countless palms suddenly shook and instantly disappeared. They condensed into a single hand and came down heavily, clashing with Tan-Tan's hand without any fuss. The moment the two attacks came into contact, the entire ground suddenly shook fiercely. Then it came to a standstill. The next moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet was suddenly sent flying, rolling out in all directions. This clash actually really had the power to cause mountains to crumble and the earth to split. In the midst of the clash, Tan-Tan let out a muffled groan. His entire body was pressed down to the ground. No matter how deep he sank, the ground around him would sink as deep as he sank. It flew out in circles. When it flew up into the air, before the first wave of soil had even landed, the second wave of soil had already flown up. In an instant, the world turned dark. Gooey Goo and the others around them actually couldn't keep their footing, swaying left and right. Now you know how powerful it is, right? This move is the Heavenly Demon's secret technique. Heavenly Demon descends. The Heavenly Demon cackled strangely. Heavenly Demon descends is naturally earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Little one, surrender now that you know how powerful it is. The title of Demon King isn't something that just anyone is worthy of. At this moment, his right hand was still pressing down on Tan-Tan's right hand. His entire body was suspended in midair. Layers of black fog gradually rose around him. Just like that, he pressed Tan-Tan all the way down. If not for the fact that he coveted Tan-Tan's supreme demonic body and didn't want Tan-Tan's body to be damaged in any way, this attack would have been enough to smash Tan-Tan into smithereens. Even though the Heavenly Demon was heavily injured, his full-powered attack at this moment was still not something that a Heavenly Layer martial artist could withstand. The demonic aura that Tan-Tan possessed was much purer than his. However, the difference in their cultivation was simply too great. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break free from his right hand. He could only continue being pressed down like this. In the blink of an eye, he had already sunk 1,000 feet into the ground. Wait! Tan-Tan had to use all his strength to be able to shout. After that, he was panting like a bull. His face and ears were red. Black light shone in the Heavenly Demon's eyes. "How is it? Little one, what do you want to say?" The force on his hand relaxed a little, giving Tan-Tan a chance to catch his breath and speak. "I surrender!" Tan-Tan shouted. "I admit that I can't beat you. Seeing that you don't want to kill me, I might as well surrender. Isn't this what you want?" "Surrender? You're saying that you want to surrender?" The Heavenly Demon urged his hand and said, "Really?" Tan-Tan suddenly felt that his whole body was about to be crushed. He reluctantly shouted, "You're courting death. Quickly let go. You only need to let go. I will surrender. This Demon King is the leader of the clan. I won't go back on my words." The Heavenly Demon snorted. He withdrew his hand and flew back. "Consider yourself sensible. Since you've surrendered, don't think about—" His voice hadn't faded when he saw Tan-Tan jump out of the deep pit. His entire body was like a black light as he fled at high speed. He cursed, "You're delusional. Is Old Elephant the kind of person who would surrender?" His figure was already thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. He had just said that he wouldn't go back on his words. But he had already gone back on his words in the blink of an eye. The heavenly demon was almost angered to death. He leaped and chased after him. "Aren't you the leader of the clan? With such a status, you actually went back on your words. You're too despicable and shameless." Tan sped up and retorted sarcastically, "So what if I go back on my words and get fat? Anyway, I won't get fat no matter what I eat. Let's see if I can get fat by going back on my words this time. So what if I'm fooling you? Bite me then." The heavenly demon was almost driven mad by a certain someone's shameless words. Gooey Goo and the others made a big fuss as they rushed over from behind. Although the enemy they had encountered this time was simply too strong, the Divine King's life was in danger at any moment. How could they possibly stay out of this? Tan shouted from afar, "You idiots, don't follow me anymore. Hurry up and go by yourselves. I'll bring this fellow around to have some fun." If Tan had the upper hand at this moment, Gooey Goo and the others naturally wouldn't be worried and would act according to Tan's instructions. However, the Divine King was currently in an absolute disadvantageous situation where he could lose his life at any moment. How could they abandon him and leave? Even if they knew that they were no match for him, they had to protect him with their lives. If they could deplete a little more of the enemy's strength, they would be able to fight for a little more chance of survival for the Divine King. Gooey Goo let out a loud roar. He was the first to fly up. The other elders also flew up and surrounded the heavenly demon. Even if they had to die, they had to stall for more time so that the Divine King could escape safely. When the heavenly demon saw that there were actually people who dared to stop him and that Tan was getting further and further away, he couldn't help but be enraged to the extreme. With a loud roar, endless black fog came out and spread out endlessly. All of a sudden, demonic flames filled the sky. The heavenly demon attacked with all his might. Chapter 1645. Tan almost vomited blood. Why were all his subordinates such idiots? Did they only have muscles in their heads and no brains at all? His original intention of escaping was to lure the enemy away so that Gooey Goo and the rest would be fine first. If he was alone, then he would be able to be much more flexible. Furthermore, seeing how the heavenly demon's attention was unusually focused on him, there must be something on him that the heavenly demon was looking forward to. Luring him away was the current highest level of strategy. Even if he ended up dying in the hands of the enemy, after all, he wouldn't have any subordinates or brothers who would die in front of him. No brothers would die because of him. To Tan or the Saint King of the Divine Clan, this was the most important point. In his previous life, the 3-star Saint King could be said to have a fresh memory of the great calamity that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Other things aside, what he couldn't accept the most was his loyal subordinates dying for him. Yet today he had encountered such a strong enemy yet again. Yet his subordinates and brothers had once again risked their lives to fight the enemy for his survival. With a furious roar, Tan turned and charged back. He charged back toward the battlefield where the heavenly demon was fighting against Gooey Goo and the rest. His heart and blood were already boiling and burning. If I die, so be it. In any case, I won't escape even if I die this time. It's just that, Chuyang, you mustn't come. Tan charged all the way, his heart filled with endless regret. There was no other reason other than the regret he felt for that cry for help earlier. Previously, he didn't expect the enemy to be so strong that there was no chance of victory at all. Initially, he had thought that with Chuyang and the rest here, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would be able to handle it. But from the looks of it now, the situation was very wrong. This heavenly demon was simply too strong. Even if Chuyang and the rest could make it in time and everyone present joined forces, sincerely, they would still not be a match for this heavenly demon. This fellow's strength had clearly exceeded the limits of this space. If Chuyang came, he would only be courting death. Therefore, you mustn't come. Tan Xan crazily roared. His entire body transformed into a black light and rushed into the battlefield at a very fast speed. With a flash of cold light in his sleeves, the long sword that Chuyang had specially made for him appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword had just flashed when Tan Tan had already channeled all his energy, strength, and cultivation into it. In an instant, sword transformation thunderclap, an awe-inspiring stream of light charged towards the heavenly demon. "Oh, Saint King!" Gooey Goo cried out loudly, his voice sorrowful. As he shouted, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In just a short period of contact, the heavenly demon had almost turned into a monster with millions of arms. Gooey Goo and the others didn't have the slightest intention of evading the frenzied attacks of the individuals blocking their way, because the moment they did, the extraterrestrial demons would immediately go after Tan Tan. Everyone fought head-on without regard for anything else. However, while their fighting spirit was commendable, their cultivation was ultimately far inferior. In a short moment, everyone had been seriously injured. In fact, it was very likely that these people would have died in the next moment if Tan Tan hadn't returned in time to rescue them. Tan Tan wasn't willing to abandon everyone, so he turned around to confront the powerful enemy at all costs. How could they abandon him? The 3 Stars Divine Clan had been in the wind and frost for tens of thousands of years. They were on the verge of extinction. Only when the Holy King came out and led the tribe out of the world of ice and snow could they finally be rescued from the jaws of death. They were willing to throw away their lives. However, they had to ensure the safety of the Saint King. Only the Saint King was safe. Only the 3 Stars Divine Clan would have hope. Therefore, Gooey Goo and the others were infinitely resolute, determined to defend the 3 Stars Divine Clan's hopes and outsiders with their lives. When the extraterrestrial demons went after them, all of them stood up to stop them. It was very obvious, if they wanted to go after our Holy King, they would have to step over our dead bodies. The extraterrestrial demons were in a hurry to go after Tan Tan and snatch the supreme demonic body. However, the few of them joined forces to fight back. Although their strength couldn't compare to the extraterrestrial demons, they were already fighting back with all their might. Even though the extraterrestrial demons used all their strength, they still couldn't get away. For a moment, they roared furiously. Seeing that Tan Tan had actually returned, the extraterrestrial demons were overjoyed instead of shocked. Unexpectedly, this person blocking the way was instead the best strategy to lure the supreme demonic body over. The extremely anxious Tan Tan turned into a streak of light along with his sword, charging over at lightning speed like a meteor descending. An even darker black light flashed across the extraterrestrial demon's eyes. In that instant, the whole world became even dimmer. All of a sudden, his entire body scattered. Yes, it scattered. His entire body abruptly disintegrated and scattered in all directions, leaving behind a huge hole in the middle. It was as if his body had already split into pieces in that instant. Tan Tan became one with his sword. His relentless, sure-kill charged through this hole just like that. It was as if his attack had hit empty space. Tan Tan let out a furious roar. Awe-inspiring sword aura suddenly exploded in this hole. Tyrannical power suddenly erupted. The demonic aura in the surroundings immediately surged. The extraterrestrial demons let out a fierce roar. The fatal hand that was grabbing at Gooey Goo's head trembled violently and was instantly retracted. The momentum of Tan Tan's sword move just now was indomitable and unstoppable. It was impossible for it to stop. Even the extraterrestrial demons would be somewhat strained when faced with this desperate move of his. That was why the extraterrestrial demons chose to perform the great disintegration technique. As long as Tan Tan charged past his body, he would be able to get rid of all these eyesores in front of him in a split second. Besides, if Tan Tan's attack completely hit empty space, the backlash from using the wrong amount of force would also be no small matter. There was a high possibility that Tan Tan's strength would be weakened, and it would be more convenient for him to carry out his plans in the future. Therefore, this move could be said to be a brilliant move here. However, despite all the extraterrestrial demons' calculations, they had missed one point. And it was a very important point. Tan Tan was the reincarnation of a demon king from 100,000 years ago. How many secret techniques did he possess? How could he possibly make such a huge mistake of attacking empty space and using the wrong amount of force? Seeing that the extraterrestrial demons had performed the great disintegration technique, Tan had already reversed his own origin power in mid-flight. He quickly retracted the sword aura that he had long unleashed and unleashed it at the core of the hole. It attacked the extraterrestrial demon's body indiscriminately from the inside. The extraterrestrial demons could be said to have never imagined this move even in their wildest dreams. Caught off guard, they actually suffered a huge loss. After being violently shaken, the move that they had already unleashed immediately weakened. In reality, this was still because Tan's cultivation was too weak compared to the extraterrestrial demons. If Tan's origin power could reach half of the extraterrestrial demons, this attack would be enough to completely destroy the extraterrestrial demon's body with Tan's extremely pure theory of devil essence. Gooey Goo and the others roared in unison, taking advantage of this great opportunity to escape from the extraterrestrial demon's attack range that was enveloped by countless demonic hands. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. None of them had expected the extraterrestrial demons to actually be this strong. It was only when they had actually exchanged blows with them that they realized how terrifying the extraterrestrial demons' evil powers were. In just a few exchanges of blows, they were already severely injured and even in a life-threatening situation. How dare you, Junior? The extraterrestrial demon turned around abruptly and charged toward Tan. His body flitted through the air at high speed, letting out an extremely sharp sound as he sliced through the air. You have already successfully angered the Lord Extraterrestrial Demon. Prepare yourself. Tan snorted coldly and shouted furiously, "Why aren't the few of you leaving? Are you waiting for death?" This shout was directed at Gooey Goo and the others. Tan desperately hoped that these old fellows would leave as soon as possible. Gooey Goo laughed loudly and pounced forward. "If the Saint King doesn't leave, neither will I. If you want to leave, the Saint King should leave first." Tan was so infuriated by Gooey Goo's words that he almost blacked out. He desperately fended off the extraterrestrial demon's all-pervasive attacks as he hissed, "Bastard! Gooey Goo, you've lived for so many years, and yet you still have such a bastard temper. Are you guys planning to play yourselves to death, or play me to death?" Gooey Goo laughed loudly, already attacking madly behind the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Saint King. I will continue to work hard and continue to work hard." Upon hearing such honest words that were akin to an expression of loyalty, Tan only felt waves of bitterness in his mouth. As he watched this elder attack the extraterrestrial demon like a maniac, he heaved a long sigh of helplessness. What was the use of risking his life? It was completely useless. The other party was simply too strong, so strong that it was completely useless even if he risked his life. Bam! Tan only felt as if he had been smashed by a mountain. The extraterrestrial demon's invisible palm landed on his back. There was no trace of this palm at all. The extraterrestrial demon was clearly still on the opposite side, but this palm came from behind him. There wasn't the slightest bit of force that broke through the air, but it was extremely heavy. Even using the analogy of being smashed by a mountain wasn't appropriate enough, because being smashed by a mountain definitely wouldn't be this serious. The black aura all over Tan's body suddenly exploded and scattered. He staggered, fell to the ground, and rolled out. The extraterrestrial demon let out a sinister laugh. He reached out at lightning speed and grabbed at Tan. The supreme demon body was finally going to be his. Tan spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried his best to roll on the ground, barely avoiding the grab. However, the extraterrestrial demon immediately opened his palm and grabbed at him again. The black, demonic palm in the air had already expanded to the point where it could cover a radius of several feet. No matter which direction Tan dodged in, he couldn't possibly avoid this claw. It seemed like it was already a foregone conclusion that Tan Tan would fall into the demonic palm. Saint King! Gu Igu flew over and stood in front of Tan Tan, thrusting his sword toward the demonic palm. The extraterrestrial demon didn't dodge or avoid. As if it didn't see anything, it continued to grab at Tan Tan. Poof! The moment Gu Igu's sword, which he had poured all his cultivation into, pierced the demonic palm, it shattered into pieces like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As if struck by lightning, Gu Igu's face suddenly turned blood red. His entire body leaned backward, about to be sent flying by the pressure. Yes, he was going to be sent flying. The extraterrestrial demon's attention had never been on anyone other than Tan Tan. Therefore, even though it could have easily slapped Gu Igu to death, it had already given up. Instead, it wanted to send Gu Igu flying, as long as it didn't interfere with its capture of the supreme demon body. However, Gu Igu's entire body was almost sent flying by the force. In that instant when he had just started to lean backward, he actually stubbornly held on and forcefully bent his body back again. His two hands struck out fiercely. At the same time, blood began to spurt out from his mouth like a waterfall, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. If he had taken advantage of the momentum and rolled out earlier, his injuries wouldn't have been too serious. However, now that he had forcefully counterattacked, he actually had to endure an impact that was doubled. That was an impact that he couldn't bear. However, he also understood that if he retreated at this moment, the extraterrestrial demon would be able to capture the Saint King. Chapter 1646. Not only could Gu Igu not retreat, he had to go forward instead. This move was equivalent to him taking on all the attacks with his own body. Gu Igu couldn't withstand the heavenly demon's attack at all, let alone the fact that he had already suffered considerable injuries previously. The moment they came into contact, he was already severely injured and his battle prowess plummeted. However, he had already achieved his goal. His only goal in stepping forward was to protect Tan Tan. That was all. The heavenly demon let out a sinister laugh. His huge palm closed around Gu Igu's hand and squeezed it lightly. However, cracking sounds rang out consecutively. Gu Igu's arms were completely crushed. He roared furiously and tragically. As though he was going to dig out his heart and liver, he roared, "Divine King, hurry up and leave." His arms were already broken, and he no longer had the strength to attack. Moreover, he was still in the enemy's control. However, he still had his legs and could still retaliate. Even if it was a futile effort, he had to do his best to retaliate. His legs left the ground, and hundreds of kicks struck the heavenly demon like a whirlwind. The heavenly demon let out a furious roar. One of his left hands grabbed Gu Igu's hands, while his other right hand struck Gu Igu's chest fiercely. Almost at the same time, Gu Igu's hundreds of kicks landed on the heavenly demon's chest like the beating of a drum. Under such a huge force, even the heavenly demon couldn't help but lean backward. It was precisely because of these hundreds of kicks that the right palm that struck Gu Igu's chest didn't really land a solid blow. However, even though it didn't land a solid blow, this force still had destructive prowess. With a crack, Gu Igu let out a loud cry. His chest immediately caved in. However, he continued to shout, "Divine King, hurry up and leave!" The heavenly demon casually tossed Gu Igu's body out. He no longer paid any attention to this person who no longer had the ability to retaliate. If this person didn't die, he would instead pin down the owner of that supreme demonic body and wouldn't leave easily. Then he strode toward Tan Tan. However, there was a trace of black blood at the corner of his lips. That was the result of Gu Igu risking his life. The heavenly demon was furious. He didn't expect that with his cultivation, he would actually be injured when facing a few heavenly-level ants. It looked like he had to end the battle quickly. His figure suddenly flashed randomly. The other 5 elders of the divine clan flew up to stop him at the same time. The 5 of them shouted, "Divine King, please leave quickly." Then just like what Gu had done earlier. These 5 people charged toward the heavenly demon without any hesitation. The 5 of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Everyone's eyes were wide open in anger as they roared with all their might. He condensed all of his life's cultivation into a single strike and gave it his all. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Holy King, run! As long as you are alive. Even if we are beheaded, our bodies torn apart, and our souls destroyed, it will be worth it. If it weren't for the fact that Tan was too close to everyone's position right now. Without any hesitation, these people had already launched a self-detonation attack. But now he was afraid of breaking the vases. He could only risk his life and fight to the death. The heavenly demon cackled strangely, with an unprecedented killing intent. With a kick, the afterimage of the foot was still in the air, but in reality it had already landed solidly on the chest of a sacred race elder. With a cracking sound, a large hole was kicked out of the elder's chest. However, the elder hugged the heavenly demon's leg tightly and begged in a hoarse voice, "Holy King, why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." The heavenly demon's right hand shot out rapidly and collided with another elder's palm. With a boom, that elder's palm was smashed into smithereens. With the remaining force, his arm broke all the way up. Then, the heavenly demon had already smashed his own palm into his own chest. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This elder of the 3 Stars Divine clan shouted madly, "Holy King, hurry up and leave." Then he lowered his head fiercely and bit down hard on the heavenly demon's palm with his white teeth. Without his hands, he couldn't exert any strength with his legs. Thus he used his mouth and teeth. "Ah!" The heavenly demon let out a cry of pain and quickly retracted his palm. Just like that, he brought out a large piece of flesh and bones from this elder's chest. "Let's fight. Let's die together with him." The other 3 cried out in grief and indignation. Without dodging or avoiding, they charged over directly. They couldn't self-destruct right now. Only by engaging in close combat would they be able to effectively restrain the other party. However, this was also the riskiest and most life-risking method. Yet, the elders did it without any hesitation. "Holy King, hurry up and leave." The shouts of the 5 people were still reverberating in the air. In the blink of an eye, the scene had already become so tragic. Tan heard his subordinates shouting madly, "Holy King, hurry up and leave." He saw his old brothers, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Tan's entire body started to tremble violently. His eyes slowly turned red. Then they turned pitch black like ink again. He clenched his teeth tightly. His face was ferocious. Suddenly he felt dizzy. He felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. It was as if he had traveled through time and arrived at the land of nightmares. Or rather, he had returned to the past moment that he didn't want to recall the most. The scene from tens of thousands of years ago, the scene that he didn't want to recall the most, suddenly rushed into his mind at this moment. It was the same at that time. Countless clansmen and subordinates had gathered in front of him and rushed towards the scene of the sky collapsing and earth sinking. "Holy King, hurry up and leave." Millions of people had shouted together at that time. They had begged him to leave in unison. They had been small and weak in front of him, but it was precisely because they were small and weak that they had braced themselves to meet the world-destroying flood. They had protected him, the most powerful person among the clansmen. They had even begged him to escape. Tan roared silently. The sacrifice in front of him was just like the past, just like that day when flesh and blood flew everywhere. Suddenly, the wildest reason in his blood was stimulated. He opened his mouth and roared soundlessly. His eyes had already become completely black, a color even darker than the night. It was as if they were 2 black holes. His eyes were still as big as before, but these 2 invisible black holes seemed to be getting bigger and bigger they were faintly emitting a suction force. It was a powerful suction force that was full of power. I've already escaped once. I won't escape this time. I won't escape even if I die. Tan's seriously injured body slowly stood up from the ground. The heavenly demon's main target had been locked on him earlier. That silent palm had almost broken all the bones in his body. Tan shouldn't have been able to move under normal circumstances. In fact, he shouldn't have been able to move even a little bit, let alone stand up and circulate his martial power to fight. However, he seemed to have inexplicably recovered at this moment. In fact, it seemed as if he hadn't been injured at all. I won't escape again at this moment. Tan's two black, hole-like eyes looked at the heavenly demon. He coldly shouted, "Stop!" His voice carried an unquestionable, domineering command. It was brimming with a domineering aura that said, "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish." It was still Tan's body. It was still Tan's face. But the current Tan seemed to have changed into a completely different person. His former mischievous and scoundrel had already disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by the imposing aura of a monarch. It was the boldness of a ruler who ruled over the common people. It was the bearing of someone who looked down on the masses. It was the tyrannical aura of someone who had absolute control over life and death. His words carried the might of a law that couldn't be disobeyed. The heavenly demon couldn't help but stop for some reason. Then he became very dissatisfied with himself for stopping. He angrily shouted, "You, a junior, dare to order me?" Tan's eyes exposed an exceptionally ice-cold, killing intention. He insipidly said, "Trash!" Has the supreme demon body awakened? The heavenly demon was startled. But he calmed down after taking a closer look, so it's just the return of the sealed power. However, your cultivation will always be limited by the boundary of the heavens, even if it has returned to the past. So you can't reach the true power that the supreme demon body should possess. So what can you do to me? You're just a relatively strong ant. Tan looked at him with an indifferent expression in his eyes. He insipidly said, "You're right. This king's power has increased. But it's still not enough to kill you. However, I can still fight with you even if I can't kill you. Let go of my subordinate. This king will fight with you. Don't you want to obtain this king's body? Come and get it." The heavenly demon clearly felt that the opposite party's abundant fighting strength was as if he had been reborn. In fact, it wasn't inferior to his current fighting strength. So he couldn't help but become cautious. After all, he needed to be alive to enjoy the temptation. So it was better to be careful. The heavenly demon gently let go of his hand. Then he slowly floated in the air. He laughed and said, "Haha, you're a demon among demons. But you're still too weak right now. So why don't you simply let go of your divine soul and let me use your demon body to display its potential power? Then we can reach the peak together. How about it? I can guarantee that I won't destroy your soul. So we can rule the world together." The heavenly demon's promise came from the bottom of his heart. Tan's current state had been greatly enhanced. However, he was still inferior to the heavenly demon. So it was difficult for him to win. The heavenly demon had made a compromise. He was willing to use his two souls to control his body. So he could quickly develop the potential power of the supreme demon body. In a sense, this was a win-win situation. Tan crossed his hands behind his back and rebuked, "Bullshit! You're just a little demon. You want to control my demon body? You're mistaken." Suddenly he wrinkled his brows. Then he silently laughed. "I used to respect my identity, so I never used to curse. But I didn't expect that this time I've changed a lot. Let's fight." Tan's clothes fluttered without wind. His long hair fluttered in the air. He stood in the pool of blood. Black fog slowly curled up behind him. It was complete darkness. He took a step forward. The black fog behind him became even thicker. The demonic aura that the heavenly demon had released earlier and enveloped a lot of space seemed to have been assimilated by Tan Tan's black fog in this instant. Wisps of demonic aura started to gather around Tan Tan. That kind of domineering aura, that kind of authority almost filled the entire world. Upon sensing this lawless and awe-inspiring aura, the listless eyes of Gu Igu and the others, who were clearly already on the brink of death, abruptly widened. An indescribable agitation filled their hearts. Hot tears brimmed in their eyes as they sobbed, "Divine King, you finally awakened." Ignoring the heavy injuries on their bodies, these old men were actually crying out loud in excitement. Chapter 1647. The Awakening of a Divine King. The Three Stars Divine Clan had been waiting for this day for a whole 100,000 years. 100,000 years was too long, far too long. The supreme demon body is indeed impressive. To actually be able to devour my overflowing demonic aura. The heavenly demon's eyes revealed boundless admiration. Looking at Tan Tan, whose entire body was shrouded in black fog, it said fiercely, "It's a pity that your current cultivation is ultimately still a little too weak, so you can't devour it on a large scale. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you, and might even die in your hands. However, victory and defeat can already be determined now. Your supreme demon body is mine." Tan didn't say a word. His body didn't move at all, but he suddenly rose into the air. With one hand behind his back and the other hand waving in the air, a pitch-black saber that was several hundred feet long suddenly appeared and slashed down rapidly. Good move. This move is a little more decent. The heavenly demon let out a long laugh. Without dodging or evading, it rose to meet the attack head-on. A strangely shaped, huge black sword appeared in its hand and met Tan Tan's huge saber horizontally. However, the heavenly demon could already sense from the momentum of this saber that Tan Tan's attack this time was definitely a world of difference from before. The force hidden in this saber strike was contained and not revealed. Even if it landed on the ground, as long as Tan didn't want to destroy this land, not even a grain of sand would fly up. However, if Tan deliberately wanted to exert force, then this saber strike would be enough to split the entire place into two. The saber and sword met brazenly in the air. Demonic aura and black fog rose at the same time. They spread out in all directions. Tan drew his saber and spun it. Like a violent storm, 700 saber strikes came down. The heavenly demon's sword flew, not retreating an inch. It received every saber strike without missing anything, be it technique or precision. Both had reached an astonishing level. The battle earlier, they had fought until spatial cracks were everywhere. Its might could be said to be world-shaking. However, the battle between the two of them at this moment was like the most ordinary duels of the pugilistic world in the lower three heavens. At first glance, one saber and one sword looked extremely ordinary. No matter how he flipped and moved, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even the flowers and plants on the ground didn't notice their battle at all. However, the listless Goo and the others on the ground all revealed extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. That was the realm of returning to one's original state. This was already the realm of legends. Although the weapons of these two people did not seem to have any power attached to them, everyone knew that these two people were using the most precise method to flexibly use their own elemental energy. That was an almost perfect control. Not a single bit would be wasted. All the power would only explode when attacking the opponent. As long as the power did not come into contact with the opponent's body and did not cause any harm to the opponent, then the power would be completely suppressed from leaking out. Not a single detail was missed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged thousands of blows. In the realm of returning to one's true self, every move was divine, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Every move was exquisite to the extreme. The heavenly demon's devil chi was still being emitted. Tan Tan's black fog was also unceasingly engulfing and expanding. A lot of the surrounding devil energy had already been assimilated by the black fog and had become Tan Tan's power. However, the battle between the two of them was completely different from the battle in the fog. Or rather, the result was the exact opposite, with the heavenly demon activating his cultivation at all costs and regardless of the cost. Even though Tan Tan's moves were exceptionally exquisite, his cultivation was ultimately inferior by quite a bit. He was already starting to slowly fall into a disadvantageous position. Gui Gu and the others watched on with widened eyes. However, they were already too severely injured and on the verge of death. They couldn't even move at all and could only feel anxious. Actually, even if everyone was as healthy as usual, the battle before them wasn't something they could intervene in. The difference in their levels was too great. The heavenly demon was actually already secretly complaining about it right now. Ignoring his injuries, he forcibly activated his full strength with the intention of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Although he looked impressive now, he actually knew in his heart that he might not be able to hold on for too long. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. Even in the most ideal situation, he would only be able to hold on for another 15 minutes. If he still couldn't take down Tan Tan, then he would have no choice but to retreat. Moreover, after retreating this time, his injuries would definitely relapse again and become even more serious than before. It would definitely endanger his life, spirit, and origin energy. Therefore, he had hardened his heart, and his attacks had become heavier and heavier. I must capture Tan Tan before I reach my limit. Then I must extract his soul. Then I must enter the devil body and dominate this supreme body. Only then can I preserve my divine soul and primordial power. On Tan Tan's side, he was even more anxious. Gui Gu and the others were severely injured and their lives were in danger at every turn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were on the verge of death. If he couldn't defeat the heavenly demon as quickly as possible, these few people would really be finished. However, how could it be easy to defeat him as quickly as possible? He was already gradually falling into a disadvantageous position and was almost unable to retaliate, let alone defeat him. As for defeating him as quickly as possible, it was practically a fool's dream. After he suddenly activated his old soul earlier, his strength had undoubtedly increased tremendously. If he were to escape with just his original body, Tan Tan could be said to have 10,000% confidence. However, if he were to leave, what would happen to Gu Igu and the others? There would only be a Tan Tan who would die in battle. There would definitely be no Saint Kings who would escape. Therefore, Tan Tan could only fight with his life on the line and hope to create an impossible miracle. Right now, Tan Tan was fighting with his life on the line. The same went for the heavenly demon. It was just that Tan Tan wasn't aware of the heavenly demon's difficulties. Sensing that the other party's attacks were becoming more and more concentrated and their might was becoming heavier and heavier, Tan Tan's heart also finally sank bit by bit. Could it be that I'm going to fall here in the end? Death isn't scary, but what about those subordinates and brothers who used their lives to protect me? Right at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. From the direction of the capital, a majestic sword light that resembled a shooting star was hurtling toward them at extreme speed, bringing with it rolling wind and thunder. Before the person arrived, the majestic sword aura that filled the entire world already revealed the identity of the person who had come. The Tribulation Sword Master. In this heavenly layer world, there was absolutely no other sword expert who could reach such a level of power. In this world, there was only the Tribulation Sword Master. Only the Tribulation Sword Master. Only the Tribulation Sword. Tan Tan became even more anxious. No matter how much Chu Yang's cultivation had improved, even though the Tribulation Sword was unparalleled in the world, its might was only at the level of Gui Gu and the others at best. Although it was already at the peak below the heavenly demon, it still wasn't qualified enough to intervene in the battle between him and the heavenly demon. If Chu Yang forcefully intervened, he would probably really disappear from this world completely after this battle. However, judging from the momentum of Chu Yang's arrival, he was already on his way. There was no way he would stop halfway. Tan's heart heated up. He shouted, "Chu Yang, don't come over. Hurry up and leave." His heart was filled with endless regret, as if he was being fried in oil. This fool, he actually really came to court death. What a bastard! What a bastard! Chu Yang flew over on his sword and immediately saw the demonic aura and black fog rolling in front of him. Two figures seemed to be soaring through the clouds and fog as they fought fiercely. Chu Yang was naturally very familiar with Tan's figure. He recognized him at a glance. Between these two people, the one who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and was in imminent danger was his own junior martial brother. At this moment, the anger in Chu Yang's heart soared endlessly. Without even thinking, he increased his strength and flew over on his sword before he even landed on the ground. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to Tan's voice. He just used all his strength to activate his sword. "Don't come over? Damn it, then what am I doing here? Watching you die?" Looking at his junior martial brother's indescribably miserable appearance, Chu Yang only felt his head explode. In an instant, he lost all rationality. "How dare you hurt my brother?" Kill. Under such a violent rage, the heaven-piercing divine technique was activated without regard for the consequences. For the first time, it started to circulate rapidly in Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang roared and shouted, "Slaughter the world." So what? An extremely blazing white light erupted from the Calamity Sword. Its brightness definitely surpassed the brightness of the sun in the sky. It completely condensed into the size of the tip of the sword. With an unbridled aura, it charged madly toward the extraterrestrial demon. So what if he slaughtered the world? For the first time, Chu Yang condensed all the force of this domineering move into a single point. Chu Yang was confident that even if the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing were to join forces, this sword of his would definitely be able to severely injure either of them. This was no longer just a simple estimation. It was Chu Yang's absolute confidence. The extraterrestrial demon was obviously so strong that it was difficult to estimate. Even Gu Yigu and many other lower-level supreme martial artists were already lying on the ground. Only Tan was barely able to contend with it. Then, Tan must have once again awakened the spirit of his previous life. Otherwise, there was no way he could have done this. After all, Tan's previous strength wasn't that much stronger than Gu Yigu and the others. However, Chu Yang was well aware of how powerful Tan's divine soul had been in his previous life. For an extraterrestrial demon to be able to completely suppress Tan under such circumstances, even Chu Yang himself, who had improved, was still no match for it. Even if he joined forces with Tan, it might not necessarily work. Therefore, if he wanted to resolve Tan's crisis, this might be the only chance he had. All these flashed through Chu Yang's mind. He thought through everything. Therefore, Chu Yang activated all of his cultivation and emptied all of the energy in his dantian. He condensed all of his power into this sword, a sword of pure slaughter. Chu Yang didn't even dare to use other Calamity sword techniques to complement it, for fear that it would reduce the pure destructive power of this sword. This sword was almost as powerful as Chu Yang's self-destruction, and it was the kind that didn't take into account the addition of the Calamity sword. However, after this sword attack was launched and its power was unleashed to the maximum, Chu Yang himself would be in an awkward situation where he couldn't move at all. He wouldn't even be able to move a finger, truly at the mercy of the extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, this sword must succeed. Chapter 1648. When the heavenly demon and Tan discovered Chu Yang's presence, Minister Chu charged in with the momentum of a thunderbolt. What harm was there in slaughtering the entire world? This sword was infused with boundless rage. It was a sword that had been pushed to the limit. It completely disregarded the consequences and charged straight into the battlefield where the two great experts were going to fight. Other than the sword move, He didn't even say a single unnecessary word. After a long and arduous journey, before he even landed on the ground, he launched a powerful strike, the only strike, striking with full force. This strike was even extremely casual, because both the heavenly demon and Tan Tan thought that Chu Yang should at least land on the ground and take a breather. But they didn't expect that this person actually didn't even say a word or make a sound before he started right away. Moreover, it was a strike that risked his life to the very end, a strike that would either succeed or die trying. Right at this moment, because Tan Tan suddenly saw Chu Yang, he was distracted, and the heavenly demon's 3 punches and 2 kicks landed on him at the same time. Tan Tan let out a loud cry and flew backward. He turned his head desperately to look at Chu Yang, his expression anxious. Baidu search to see the latest chapter. He shouldn't have come with a flash of his sword. Chu Yang didn't even bat an eyelid or care about the retreating Tan Tan. Just like that, he brazenly brushed past Tan Tan's side and charged over with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The 2 figures of the Marshall brothers crossed each other and separated. A sinister sneer flashed across the heavenly demon's eyes. A wave of past and old hatred welled up in his heart. When he experimented with his spirit the last time, a considerable portion of his energy had been accidentally devoured by this little guy. Otherwise, he would have recovered 20% of his cultivation by now, or even more. If he had recovered 20% of his cultivation, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to deal with this supreme demonic body now? Why would he have to be in such a dilemma and put in such a difficult position? At this moment, this little guy actually delivered himself to his doorstep. This was what it meant to barge into hell when there was a path to heaven. Although this fellow's spirit was abnormally strong, the cultivation he displayed was at best only on par with that Guigu. In fact, it was even slightly inferior. Although this sword seemed to have a great momentum and the sword move was swift and fierce, but even that fatty Guigu was easily dealt with. How could he be an exception this time? You're courting death. The corners of the heavenly demon's mouth curled up in a sinister smile. His 2 hands, one in front and one behind, met Chu Yang's sword tip without any intention of dodging. He had to shatter his sword in one strike and kill this brat. He had to destroy his spirit and consign him to eternal damnation. He took a deep breath. ZJ's hand, even the famous divine sword of the layered heavens, could not harm him in the slightest, let alone an ant-like warrior of the layered heavens. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang and his sword crashed into the heavenly demon's palm. "Be careful!" Tan Tan shouted. The sinister smile on the heavenly demon's face instantly froze. The next moment, the heavenly demon screamed in agony. ZJ's well-tempered palms were only able to block the opponent's sword for a short while. But in the next moment, it was like a piece of tofu meeting a sharp knife. With a chi sound, it was rushed over. This heavenly demon was still cruelly thinking about how to ravage the other party and had yet to react. Chu Yang let out a loud shout. So what if he slaughtered the entire world? All the condensed sword aura in this move suddenly erupted to the maximum the moment the sword tip rushed into the opponent's palm. Thousands of sword aura rushed into the heavenly demon's body almost at the same time. It invaded all the meridians in the heavenly demon's body. Motherfucker, how is this possible? This is a Shmi sword. This is a Shmi sword after all. The heavenly demon screamed wildly. He really did not expect this brat's sword to be so sharp. The heavenly demon aura in his body surged fiercely. He intended to block the other party's sword aura, but Chu Yang's momentum was unrelenting. The sword tip continued to press forward in the heavenly demon's palm. It pierced into the palm. It pierced into the forearm. It pierced into the arm. It pierced into the shoulder. The heavenly demon's bones shattered like a hot knife through butter under the tribulation sword. Chu Yang let out a fierce roar. The layered heavens sword aura exploded. The heavenly demon aura came from all directions, intending to block. However, Chuyang rushed into the extraterrestrial demon's body with his sword. Boom! The heavenly demon's entire left shoulder was smashed into pieces by Chuyang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, turning into black rain. Yes, his flesh and blood were all black. The heavenly demon screamed miserably. Half of his body completely turned into nothingness. Chuyang had actually rushed out from his body and took away a large amount of dense heavenly demon fog. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of sword aura rushed out from the heavenly demon's body and shot out. At this moment, the heavenly demon's body was like a leaky sieve. It was desperately trying to squeeze out those nearly solid cyan sword aura. This time, it was not the body formed by the heavenly demon aura that was destroyed. Instead, it was the real body of the heavenly demon that was destroyed. The heavenly demon's injuries were so serious that it was shocking to see. Such a clean and neat result was not only beyond the heavenly demon's expectations, but also beyond Tan Tan's expectations. This result was seriously too inconceivable, wasn't it? The two of them had been fighting for their lives here for so long and still could not do anything to the other party. Yet, this little one had attacked without any warning and instantly broke the stalemate, even severely injuring the heavenly demon. What kind of situation was this? In terms of cultivation alone, it seemed like even 10 Chuyangs added together would not be a match for the current heavenly demon. But the heavenly demon was seriously too careless. He actually grabbed Chuyang's sword with his bare hands. He wanted to kill Chuyang with a single strike, like how he dealt with Gui Gu. But the heavenly demon didn't think so. Chuyang's sword was no ordinary sword. It was the legendary Calamity Sword. Even in the Heavenly Imperial Court, it was definitely the #1 peerless divine sword. In fact, it was not just in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Even if one surveyed the world and the universe, it was very difficult to find a divine sword that was stronger than this Calamity Sword, because the creator of this sword was a super mighty person who was almost above everything in the world. But then again, if it was just the Calamity Sword alone, even if the heavenly demon was careless, he definitely wouldn't be severely injured. Once the sword aura entered his body, it would be expelled by the demonic aura. At most, he would only suffer some superficial injuries and might not affect the overall situation. But other than the Calamity Sword, Chuyang also had the Heaven Overarching Divine Technique. He unleashed the Heaven Overarching Divine Technique's cultivation to the maximum in one go. All of it turned into sword aura. Even if the heavenly demon was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand having his meridians explode like this, much less now when his cultivation was less than 1/10 of it. Not to mention that the heavenly demon didn't know that Chuyang was the Calamity Sword Master at all. Even if he was, he would still have to take this loss, because he didn't know what the words Calamity Sword Master represented at all. Tin couldn't help but rub his eyes. He murmured, "I'm not dreaming. I must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful sword? How could there be such a terrifying sword? Ah!" The heavenly demon screamed miserably. He couldn't believe the extreme pain in his body. His eyes were wide open in shock. Finally, his right hand grabbed at Chuyang fiercely. He screamed, "Little, how dare you? You won't have a good death!" His hand grabbed at Chuyang fiercely. Chuyang had unleashed all the strength in his body, so it was difficult for him to even move a finger. He could only fly forward due to the inertia. He could only look on helplessly as the heavenly demon palm came towards him at lightning speed. However, he was powerless to do anything. Tan shouted, "Be careful!" He rushed forward fiercely, but it was obviously too late. "Chuyang!" Tan's eyes opened wide and he madly shouted. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. If it wasn't for Zijie, would Chuyang have to do this? It was Zijie's cry for help that Chuyang came from thousands of miles away. He didn't even take a breath and went straight into the battle. He went all out the moment he attacked. Now he was in a situation where his life was at stake. However, Zijie wanted to save him, but he couldn't. The brother who had come to save ZJ had succeeded in saving ZJ, but ZJ had died. At this moment, Tan Tan almost wanted to end ZJ's life with ZJ. The regret and guilt in his heart had almost drowned his mind. Just at this critical moment, inside Chu Yang's body, there was a cold snort, and a figure suddenly rushed out of Chu Yang's body. Two withered hands firmly grabbed the heavenly demon's right hand. The figure gradually solidified. It was a withered figure with a vague face. His eyes were like that of an old farmer who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. They were full of turbidity. However, that pair of eyes stared at the heavenly demon and shouted, "Heavenly demon! Don't be so savage!" And me. It was the sword spirit. The sword spirit's voice was still echoing. He opened his mouth and spat out an unusually blazing flame with a puff sound. The heavenly demon screamed as if it had seen a ghost. "Ah! Nirvana flame! Damn it! Damn it! Oh, damn it!" That flame rushed over. The heavenly demon's right hand, which was restrained by the sword spirit, immediately caught on fire and started to burn. However, that hand also fiercely clashed with the sword spirit's hand. Boundless demonic energy and endless destructive power also erupted at the same time. The sword spirit's cultivation grew along with the tribulation sword master's cultivation. Although it wasn't weak at the moment, it was limited by the tribulation sword master's cultivation. Therefore, the sword spirit's current strength was only one level above the peak of the middle grade level. Facing the heavenly demon's all-out attack, the sword spirit couldn't bear it at the moment. The sword spirit's body trembled violently. Then he coughed. His body, which was gradually solidifying, faded away and disappeared completely. However, the heavenly demon screamed in agony. The cultivation that he had forcibly stimulated previously was finally unable to continue at this point. But he had also suffered fatal injuries. His left hand had been destroyed by Chu Yang, and his right hand had also been burned by this guy who had inexplicably rushed out of Chu Yang's body. Furthermore, that fella's strange phoenix True Chi had once again made things worse on top of Zheng's heavy injuries, causing his injuries to become even more severe. That damn Nirvana flame was still in Chu Yang's hand, and it was still burning gracefully. The flame flickered again and again and again and again. The new and old injuries were acting up at the same time. The heavenly demon really wanted to die at this moment. More importantly, he was really about to die. Chapter 1649. Chu Yang rushed out like a whirlwind. The energy in his body had finally dissipated. He didn't even have the strength to look back. His whole body fell to the ground with a plop. He didn't move at all. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to move, but he really didn't have any strength left. He really couldn't move at all. Tan Tan finally rushed over and stood in front of Chu Yang, but he was still spitting out blood from his mouth. If the heavenly demon still wanted to go forward, Tan Tan definitely wouldn't mind risking his life to drag the heavenly demon down with him. The heavenly demon's injury was very serious. It was a complete blow. Even if it was a peak-grade supreme martial artist, it would be impossible for him to survive such a serious injury. Half of his body was completely shattered, and the remaining half was almost turned into a sieve by Chu Yang's sword energy. One hand was completely gone, and the other hand was still suffering from the merciless burning of the Nirvana flame. The heavenly demon's injuries could hardly be described as severe. With such injuries, even if there were 10,000 people, there would still be 1,000 deaths. But the heavenly demon was still the heavenly demon. He was that what if. Perhaps it was because he wasn't a human, but a demon. Baidu search to see the latest chapter. First, he defeated the 7 supreme martial artists. Then he fought a decisive battle with the 3-star Holy King and gained the upper hand. Then he exchanged blows with the Tribulation Sword Master. Although he suffered a great loss due to his ignorance, he still made the Tribulation Sword Master unable to move. He even almost destroyed the Sword Spirit with one move. Such a cultivation was definitely unparalleled in the heavenly layer. If it was someone else with such an injury, they would have died many times over. But the heavenly demon was still alive and kicking. Yes, but more than half of his alive and kicking was due to pain. It was really too painful, and it was a continuous pain. The nirvana flame burned fiercely in his hand. The heavenly demon's pain was simply piercing straight into his marrow. He roared. He used his demonic energy, exhausted his cultivation, and spared no expense. But he still couldn't extinguish the life flame of the Phoenix clan. The heavenly demon wanted to cry, but had no tears. But a demon was still a demon. He barely endured the pain. He used his demonic energy to form a knife. With a swoosh, he actually cut off ZJ's right hand from his forearm. It fell to the ground neatly. He even jumped twice. A viper bites the hand, and a warrior cuts the wrist. It was the same principle, but the heavenly demon's fate was even more helpless and tragic than the warrior who lost his wrist, because he was already holding a knife in his hand when he was cutting off his wrist. The nirvana flame was still burning slowly. From the looks of it, he wouldn't stop until the arm was completely burned. The heavenly demon roared and screamed, its voice almost hoarse. Even though he had the body of a heavenly demon, such an injury was too serious. Now, both of his arms were gone, one of his shoulders was gone, and half of his body was shattered. The remaining half of its body was also riddled with holes. The heavenly demon's current injuries were much more serious than when it was captured and had its cultivation destroyed. The worst thing was that the power that ZJ had forcefully mobilized had been completely exhausted and could not be used again. Currently, he was basically at the end of his rope. At this moment, the heavenly demon's only thought was to escape. Only by surviving would there be a future. He tried his best to activate the remaining bits of devil chi. It covered half of his body. He tried his best to recover ZJ's injuries, even though the effect was minimal, but it was better than nothing. He glared at Tan hatefully. Under the intense pain, the heavenly demon howled like a wolf. "Little one, I will take over your devil body sooner or later. Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, damn it!" His voice was still echoing as he turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast. With one fluttering and two fluttering, he was already hundreds of feet away. He had to go back as soon as possible and find the Dharma Supreme to replenish his spirit. If he didn't replenish his nutrients, ZJ would really die here. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn today. At this moment, Tan was also at the end of his rope. He no longer had the strength to pursue and attack. He could only watch as the heavily injured heavenly demon left. The strong enemy was finally gone. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he sat on Chu Yang. Minister Chu, who was limp all over and couldn't exert any strength, instantly cried out in pain from being sat on. He was like a pig being slaughtered. He was actually sitting on his ribs. He hissed and sucked in cold air. "If you don't stand up, I will punish you on behalf of my teacher." Hiss! Tan moved his, but comfortably, causing Chu Yang to scream again. He then said lazily, "This you have to wait until I go back. When your junior brother comes out, you can tell him." "It's useless to tell me. I'm not your junior brother. I'm also provoking you so that you can stand up sooner. My subordinates still need your heavy pills to save them. Why aren't you standing up yet? Is it very comfortable for me to sit on you? If it's comfortable, then it's okay to stay a little longer." "Phut!" Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. "SSS, if it was you, I wouldn't have come over. You deserve to be beaten to death." Tan snorted. He raised his head and said, "That's because you're meddling in other people's business." "Who cares?" The two people who were stubborn with their words and refused to let Chu Yang off began to laugh. Actually, both of them were well aware of the situation. Chu Yang definitely did make a move because of a misunderstanding. He saw it more clearly than anyone else. However, he still chose to make a move. Furthermore, he made a move that left no room for leeway. Tan, or rather, Three-star Saint King was the same. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Chu Yang, even at the cost of his life and soul. However, both of them wouldn't say it out loud. It was fine as long as they knew it in their hearts. If they said it out loud, the taste of gratitude would be too obvious. It would be too boring. That would make both of them feel uncomfortable. After a short while, Chu Yang flipped Tan Ten off from Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was only momentarily exhausted and didn't actually suffer any injuries. After a short while, he recovered. Although his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, it wasn't a problem for him to move freely. This time he flipped over and kicked out. A certain Saint King was instantly kicked 7 or 8 times. Ignoring the certain Saint King's angry glare, he started to search Chu Yang's body. He first took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill and swallowed it. "I don't have any pills. Gui Gu's injuries are the most serious." "You!" Tan Tan shouted. "Shut up!" Chu Yang said fiercely and angrily. "I have eyes. I can see. I don't need you to run your mouth. Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Do you think you're so great just because you're a Saint King?" Tan Tan grinned and glared fiercely at Chu Yang. He scolded, "When I can move again, I'll let you have a taste of my power." However, a hint of a smile secretly flashed across the depths of his eyes. Tan Tan, this senior brother of the Tribulation Swordmaster, seemed to be really not bad this time. Chu Yang had really bled a lot. The lives of Gui Gu and the others were hanging by a thread. If they had used the heavy pills, they really wouldn't have been able to be saved. The other 4 were still fine. They could recover a little with the incomplete version of the heavy pills. At the very least, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, Gui Gu and that elder who had fought the most fiercely had almost all their internal organs smashed. If they didn't use the complete version of the heavy pills, they would really die. Chu Yang sighed painfully as he took out several heavy pills. He also cursed Tan Tan under his breath. "Bastard! Why do you always have to be like this? When that little Tan Tan comes back, you'll have to manipulate him properly. It won't be over if you don't show him 100 different tricks." Tan Tan sat at the side. At the start, he was just smiling in relief. Then, he swayed violently and fell down with a thud. He lost all consciousness. The Saint King's soul still hadn't fully awakened. Forcefully awakening it had ultimately resulted in a backlash. This time, he had gone through such a fierce battle. Now that the backlash had come, the damage was even greater. Now that the enemy was gone, the problem was solved, and his subordinates were saved. His wish was fulfilled. His mind relaxed, and he immediately fell into a coma. Chu Yang snorted and went over to take a look. When he realized that he was in danger, he kicked him to one side. When he woke up this time, it should be Tan Tan again, right? "This bastard, I'm really scared to death this time. What the hell are you doing?" Although Gui Gu and the others were recuperating, when they saw Chu Yang kick the Saint King, they still couldn't help but glare at him furiously. This bastard, even if he's the Saint King's senior brother, he's still a little too rude. How can he kick the Saint King? Chu Yang was depressed. "I've just saved your lives. I'm your collective savior. How dare you glare at me, this bunch of ingrates?" On the other side, the heavenly demon roared as he fled. The speed at which he fled was extremely fast. Along the way, no less than hundreds of people fell to the ground, and their souls were all devoured by him. But to the heavenly demon, this little bit of spiritual energy was like a drop in the bucket. It was like a drop in the ocean. It was of no use at all. The heavenly demon was both depressed and scared. ZJ's spirit was dissipating continuously, and his cultivation also seemed to be gradually collapsing. Moreover, he was still a distance away from the Dharma Supreme. Could ZJ hold on? If he were to replenish the spirit energy of an expert right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel helpless. In front of him, there was another handsome junior scholar and a young lady slowly approaching. The heavenly demon followed the principle of if it's possible to have sex, so he didn't even bother to check on the other party and immediately attacked without hesitation. He bit down at once. No matter how small this grasshopper was, it was still meat. He thought that it would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the junior scholar raised his head abruptly, smiled strangely, and said, "Huh? It's actually the heavenly demon?" The heavenly demon was stunned. As the other party spoke, he waved his hand and a colorless and odorless mist suddenly spread out. Then, with a swoosh, the sword was swift and ruthless. Invisible poison. The heavenly demon shouted. This time he was really going to cry. How could a random person he met use such a move like invisible poison? If it was in the past, the heavenly demon wouldn't care about this at all. It wouldn't even touch him. But now there was nothing he could do. He was actually attacked head-on, especially when he was biting someone with his mouth open and this invisible poison was sucked into his mouth. This could be said to be extremely tragic. Chapter 1650. At this moment, the heavenly demon's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, all came one after another. What a loss! If his hands hadn't been chopped off, if he hadn't, the heavenly demon truly wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The young man didn't hesitate and attacked again. Sword light flashed as if he was facing a great enemy. Another peak-grade supreme martial artist. The heavenly demon let out a blood-curdling shriek as he was stabbed twice more. His soul almost left his body as he howled and fled. Full character hand strike. This old man was not only an expert in using poison. Furthermore, he was a peak low-grade supreme martial artist. Damn, why are there so many legendary experts in the Chong-Tian continent? The heavenly demon, who was at the end of his rope, did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately changed directions and chose to break out from the direction of the little girl. Let's run first. We'll talk about it when we get back. This time, the heavenly demon didn't even dare to think about attacking this little girl. Baidu search, see the latest chapter. Besides, isn't this young lady already a peak low-grade supreme being? As long as they could leave this place as soon as possible, it would be thanks to the blessings of the devil sect. This place was simply too dangerous. This Chong-Tian continent was really too strange. Once you meet someone, you can't afford to offend them. Normally, you wouldn't even see these people. However, once Shantian was injured, they would appear one after another. What kind of world was this? Just as the heavenly demon's body was about to move, the beautiful little girl Urun raised her head and gave him a pure smile. What a beautiful smile! Although the heavenly demon was a ferocious and evil person, he was almost mesmerized by this smile at this moment. Too pure, too flawless, too cute. Then the little girl waved at ZJ with her fair hand. It was as if two white orchids had bloomed in front of ZJ. The sky demon was stunned for a moment and felt an indescribable pain in its body. It screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Oh God, what the hell? Innate poison. I. In the end, he couldn't even speak properly. He kept muttering tap, 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 like the rhythm of a healthy horse trotting on flat ground. If there was someone who was proficient in music by the side, they would almost think that this guy was playing a horse riding dance. Formless poison was one thing, but innate poison was a terrifying thing that even heavenly demons could not withstand. That senior scholar's first move was to use an invisible poison. It was already abnormal enough. Who would have thought that such an innocent and pure little girl would be even more terrifying, even more terrifying? It was even more vicious. He didn't even greet him. Innate poison was used as soon as he attacked. He was truly unlucky. This time, the heavenly demon really cried. Over there, he had lost both of his hands due to a series of battles. Here, he had been poisoned by an invisible poison. Then, he was poisoned by an innate poison. Who did I offend? The heavenly demon, once again, turned into black smoke and rolled away. With his life nearing its end, the heavenly demons' only thought now was to escape. Wu Jueqing and Chu Lu chased after him. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that the heavenly demon was really too fast. They wouldn't be able to catch up even if they tired themselves to death. At this moment, the heavenly demon's speed of escape was simply appalling and unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. It was such a godly speed. He was indeed a demon who brought calamity to the world. Seeing the heavenly demon fleeing for his life, Chu Lu frowned in confusion. "Teacher, this is the legendary heavenly demon? That demon who brought calamity to the world?" Wu Jueqing was thinking about something. He said casually, "Yes, this is the legendary heavenly demon." Chu Lu tilted her head. "But this is the power of the so-called demon who brought calamity to the world. It's too weak. Nothing has happened yet, and he's already running away crying. If he didn't run away, I would have been able to take care of him. I think he's just running at an exaggerated speed. He doesn't have anything more impressive. What a waste of such a big name." Wu Jueqing was stunned. What was that? An heavenly demon. Such a terrifying existence was actually described as too weak by the great teacher's disciple. It's such a waste of the big boss's reputation. This was really a little ironic. "Little girl, you don't know any better. Don't talk nonsense." Wu Jueqing thought for a while and recalled the fleeting battle just now. He said slowly, "Lass, you're still too inexperienced. How can the heavenly demon be as weak as you described?" "Of course. I believe you when you say that you can take care of him in his current state, because this heavenly demon must have suffered fatal injuries, or even life-threatening injuries. That's why he's so weak. Also, did you notice that the heavenly demon's hands are also injured? That's why when he attacked me, he could only use his mouth to bite me. Although it was only a short battle just now, according to my judgment, this heavenly demon's true strength is definitely above the peak of supreme martial artist level, even exceeding the limits of the heaven and earth. If his injuries weren't so severe, the two of us, master and disciple, would most likely have met with misfortune today." Chu Lu unnaturally did not doubt Master Zijie's judgment. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, "But this fellow is really a weirdo. He obviously lost both his hands because of his sex, yet he still dares to provoke us. The most interesting thing is that he actually opened his mouth to deal with Master's invisible poison. This is really too fun." Hearing how interesting his disciple's words were, Wu Jueqing couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he still couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Even though Wu Jueqing sounded very serious when he spoke to Chu Lu, he was, in fact, trying his best to downplay the heavenly demon's strength. Wu Jueqing had tens of thousands of years of experience. How could he not see the limits of the heavenly demon? Such a demon was really frightening and frightening. It was just that if he said these words to his disciple now, it would be a blow to her confidence. So he still held back. It was just that, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how such a terrifying fellow could end up in such a state. Wasn't he a little too pitiful? Who is it that was so awesome that they could actually beat the insufferably arrogant heavenly demon to such an extent? He was practically crippled and smashed into pieces. This was really too admirable. How could there be such a godly person in this heavenly realm? Let's take a few more steps forward. Perhaps the heavenly demon was injured in front. If there's a chance, it's more important to meet those mighty experts who defeated the heavenly demon. Wu Jueqing's eyes were filled with intense interest. The reason why he used those was because the heavenly demon was really too powerful. It was definitely not something a single person could deal with, let alone cripple it to such a state. Okay, Chu Lu nodded hurriedly. The little girl was naturally very interested in the demon slayer hero. The master and disciple quickened their pace. Like two gusts of wind, they quickly disappeared from the main road. The battlefield was a complete mess. At the beginning, the chaos created by Tan Tan and the others covered an area of 10,000 feet. It was like a huge pit. Although Chu Yang and the others had all taken elixirs, they could only barely move. The injuries they had suffered this time were too severe. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to recover their strength and recuperate. Of the 7 people from the 3 Stars Divine Clan, one of them was covered in injuries. There was also Tan Tan, who was unconscious. In the battle against the heavenly demon, everyone who participated in the battle had paid a huge price. This was especially the case for Gui Gu and the other elder. Although the 2 of them were able to preserve their lives with the help of the complete version of the heavy pill, and the injuries on their physical bodies were also gradually recovering, and full recovery was within sight, the demonic aura that tainted their bodies couldn't be dispelled. Once the heavenly demon demonic aura came into contact with one's body, it could be said that it was incredibly troublesome. Those whose cultivation wasn't high enough and whose determination wasn't strong enough wouldn't be far from becoming a demon. Even someone like Gui Gu, who had a high cultivation, would be constantly disturbed by the heavenly demon demonic aura. The moment one's state of mind became unstable, there was still the danger of being demonized. Regarding this, even Chu Yang was helpless. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Chu Yang couldn't do anything about the heavenly demon demonic aura, but that didn't mean that there were other people who could. For example, Tan Tan, the 3 Stars Divine King. Tan Tan himself had a supreme demonic body, which belonged to the ultimate demonic body. The heavenly demon demonic aura was extremely troublesome to ordinary people, but to Tan Tan, it was a very nutritious tonic. Therefore, as long as Tan Tan woke up and used the secret technique to absorb it, everything would be fine. Everyone sat cross-legged and circulated their energy, seizing every second to recover their strength. Right now, they were in the wilderness, which was considered a remote area. Everyone was also in an unprecedented period of absolute weakness. If before they recovered their strength, an expert from the law enforcement team passed by here, then it would really be effortless for them to wipe out the Tribulation Sword Master and the 3 Stars Divine Clan. If they were to be so lucky, everyone would definitely die with everlasting regrets. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. Among them, Chu Yang was in the best condition right now. Apart from concentrating on circulating his energy to recover his internal energy, he also deliberately released his divine senses to keep an eye on the surroundings, protecting everyone and preventing any accidents from happening. However, this thing was really very strange. Just as the old saying went, the good things didn't come true, but the bad things did. Just as everyone was on tenterhooks and desperately recovering their strength, a burst of wind-breaking sound rang out. A black figure rushed over rapidly from afar, as fast as the wind. A person with his hands behind his back, his long hair hanging loosely on both sides, came over. He was neither fast nor slow, leisurely and carefree. This person was the Dharma Supreme, who had returned from the capital. Previously, when the Dharma Supreme discovered that Ghost Sword and Devil Blade had broken the demonic seal before they died, he would rather die than let them off easily. Since the matter had already been done, there was no need for him to rush over. Instead, he chose to return directly. As he walked, he pondered over the matter. It was only when he discovered that dust had filled the sky that he came over to take a look at the situation. Of course, what really attracted him was that there was actually a faint aura of the heavenly demon here. This made the Dharma Supreme very surprised. Shit, people actually fought with this demon to this extent? They actually weren't killed. The Dharma Supreme was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang's divine senses could be said to be unparalleled in the world, at least among those below the heavenly layer. Naturally, he also sensed that somewhat familiar strong aura. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile with some despair. This time it was really over. Chapter 1651. For a moment, Chu Yang didn't know what to feel. He sighed inwardly. How fucking unlucky. The one who came was actually the Dharma Supreme, the person he was most wary of and most afraid of meeting now. What should he do? With the help of the incomplete version of the heavy pill that he had consumed earlier, his originally completely dried up dantian had recovered a certain amount of energy. However, it was only less than half of what it was at its peak. This was a small drawback that came with a huge improvement in cultivation. Previously, as long as he swallowed the incomplete version of the heavy pill, his cultivation and energy would be instantly restored, and the condition of those 4 elders with lighter injuries seemed to be far worse than his. As for Goo and the other elder, although they had consumed the complete version of the heavy pill, their previous injuries were really too severe. At present, they had only managed to preserve their lives and were far from recovering. Not to mention, there was still the disturbance of the demonic aura. Their battle prowess was basically negligible. The strength that he had recovered now was more than enough to deal with ordinary experts. Even if it was against an 8th grade supreme martial artist, he was confident that he could win. In fact, he might even be able to contend with an ordinary 2nd grade supreme martial artist. But if it was to deal with a super expert like the Dharma Supreme, who was even more powerful than a peak grade supreme martial artist, they were completely and truly unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were unable to withstand a single blow. However, to say that they were definitely not his match and that their chances of victory were slim was appropriate. If they were really discovered by the Dharma Supreme, then there would be no way for them to escape. Even if Chu Yang could barely escape, the others would definitely be dead, especially Tan Tan, who was currently in the state of a living dead. However, the Dharma Supreme was currently heading straight in this direction. How could he not discover them? Chu Yang was burning with worry. For the first time, he actually felt that he was lucky. He hoped that a miracle would happen. He prayed in his heart. If a ghost were to appear at this time, feeling the scorching sun in the sky, Minister Chu sighed helplessly. Even if there were ghosts, it seemed like they wouldn't be willing to come out in this kind of weather. The speed of the Dharma Supreme's advance was extremely fast. Although it looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, in fact, he was shrinking the ground and covering 1,000 miles with each step. In just a short while, he had already come close to where they were. As if he had sensed something, the Dharma Supreme suddenly increased his speed again. The next moment, the Dharma Supreme had already flown to the sky above this huge pit. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Then he felt a sense of satisfaction, as if a huge meat pie had fallen from the sky and landed on his hungry head. What a pleasant surprise! In that instant, even the Dharma Supreme couldn't help but find it hard to believe his own eyes. After taking a closer look, he finally confirmed that all of them were acquaintances. Moreover, they were all great enemies that he had spent a great deal of effort to eliminate. The most amazing thing was that these formidable enemies were all greatly weakened. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would be able to take them down easily. To be able to get rid of so many of them in one go, wouldn't it be a great joy? The heavens are really helping me. Pleased with himself, the Dharma Supreme could not help but throw his head back and roar with laughter. Ha ha ha, the wonders of the world. Sure enough, there were all kinds of strange things. If the will of the heavens does not belong to me, why would it send such a great gift to me? Goo and the others' divine senses were far inferior to Chu Yang's. Moreover, they had yet to recover from their serious injuries, so it was only now that they realized that someone had arrived. Everyone was shocked to see that it was actually the Dharma Supreme who had arrived. They almost lost their breath. Chu Yang sighed. Although he was far from replying, he still stood up and said with a smile, "Lord Dharma Supreme, it's been a long time. I wonder if it would be embarrassing for you to still call you Lord Dharma Supreme? Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call you Heavenly Demon Lord?" The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back. He floated into the huge pit and said with a faint smile, "I have always been lenient towards people who are about to die. Even if I let you have some advantage in words, will you be able to turn the situation around?" Chu Yang said, "Oh, is Lord Dharma Supreme really so confident? Legend tribulation has stood tall for 10,000 years. Does Lord Dharma Supreme think that you will be an exception? The Dharma Supreme smiled gently and said, "In front of me, Tribulation Sword Master. Don't think of delaying any longer. Legend Tribulation. The legend has come to an end. Today is the last chapter. Be prepared." Before he finished speaking, almost without warning, he flew out and attacked Chu Yang violently. The moment he attacked, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. A long delay was fraught with problems. Chu Yang understood this, so he tried his best to stall for time. The Dharma Supreme had lived for tens of thousands of years longer than him, so he naturally understood this even more. No matter if there were reinforcements, killing this Tribulation Sword Master first was the most correct choice. The only enemies that were of no threat to him were always the dead. As long as he got rid of the Tribulation Sword Master, the so-called legend would be destroyed. Once a legend fell, everything would be easy. Chu Yang let out a long howl, turned his head and shouted, "Kill him! We can settle this once we reach the heavens." He looked as if there was still an ambush and victory was within his grasp. The Dharma Supreme, however, did not even turn his head. He was already in the air above Chu Yang, hundreds of punches and kicks raining down like a torrential waterfall. "You dare to play tricks in front of me? Her. Lord Swordmaster, you are really too childish. Your cheap tricks are all leftovers of mine." As Chu Yang spoke, the Tribulation Sword was already in his hand. His left hand silently took out the last complete version of the heavy pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't want to use the last complete version of the heavy pill, at least not here. But now he had no choice but to use it. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't block the Dharma Supreme's attack. Only when he was at his peak state would he have a chance to deal with the Dharma Supreme. The Tribulation Sword suddenly let out a sharp whistle, and the sword tip unleashed 4 moves at the same time. A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. A gathering of wind and clouds will become the emperor. These 4 moves were unleashed like a volcanic eruption. The Dharma Supreme's body floated in the air, his punches and kicks like the wind, completely suppressing the opponent with his strength. He attacked from a distance, wildly. He definitely didn't give Chu Yang's Tribulation Sword a chance to get close to him. He kept hitting the sword light with his punches and kicks that were as heavy as mountains. The continuous heavy attacks were completed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang let out a muffled groan, spitting out blood as he retreated. He somersaulted a few times, his face pale. The heavy pill in his mouth was swallowed with a gulp. A surge of pure medicinal power instantly spread, but the Dharma Supreme was already chasing closely. Lord Swordmaster, what a pure Tribulation sword technique. Compared to June Lieback then, it's probably much better. But you seem to have forgotten who I am. Others may not understand the Tribulation sword technique, but that definitely doesn't include me. Back then, I had more than once sparred with the Tribulation sword technique. In terms of familiarity with the Tribulation sword technique, I'm probably more familiar with it than you are. The Dharma Supreme's voice had a faint but distant and desolate nostalgia, but his mouth was laughing mournfully. Die! The Dharma Supreme struck again, and his power seemed to be even stronger than before. Moreover, although the previous attack was swift and fierce, it still belonged to the category of heavenly level martial techniques. This time, the palm strike in the air actually brought out an unusually thick black fog, as if it was a giant axe that could split the heavens. It chopped towards Chu Yang, ferocious and terrifying. He sighed lightly. I really didn't expect the legendary Tribulation Sword Master to actually die in my hands. The meaning of this sentence was somewhat profound. Whoever killed the Tribulation Sword Master was a big deal, but it wasn't something too strange. Only if the Tribulation Sword Master died in the hands of the previous Tribulation would it really make one speechless. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang, who was still spurting blood and should have been completely immobile, suddenly leaped up, sword light flashing. The sword light was tenacious and dense, with a strong rebounding force, its power even stronger than before. The Dharma Supreme was taken aback for a moment, but immediately understood. He said, "I almost forgot that the Tribulation Sword Master has another unique treasure other than the Tribulation Sword, the heavy pill. To recover so quickly, you must have consumed the most complete version, right? I wonder how many more heavy pills you can consume? How many waves of attacks can you withstand?" Chu Yang didn't say anything, desperately performing the Tribulation Sword technique, hoping to hold on for as long as possible. He knew that this could be said to be the most dangerous moment since his rebirth. Even if he said one more word, he was afraid that it would deplete his energy. Why would he reply? It was absolutely courting death to argue with the former Tribulation Transcending Stage think tank. Chu Yang had already tried once. He definitely wouldn't try a second time. What a good sword technique! The Dharma Supreme laughed. As he attacked, he slowly recited, "Iron walls and bronze walls are never at rest. What more can one ask for in life? Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, there will be no worries. Good sword technique. At this time, using these few moves is the most suitable." These 4 lines were the names of the Tribulation Sword technique, the moves that Chu Yang was using now. These few moves were a complete defense. The defense was impenetrable and impenetrable. The Dharma Supreme spun and instantly turned into thousands of shadows, surrounding Chu Yang 50 feet away. The thousands of shadows moved as one, attacking wildly with their palms at the same time. It was as if countless monstrous waves had suddenly been set off in the sea, converging from all directions and besieging the already tottering little boat in the middle. The Dharma Supreme knew that once the 4 strongest defensive moves of the Tribulation Sword technique were used, if it was just a single point of attack, and if it wasn't more than 10 times the strength of the opponent, it was impossible to break through. The past Tribulation Sword Masters had used this move to kill countless strong enemies, because if the enemy couldn't take it down after attacking for a long time, it was inevitable that they would lose their cool. Most of them would choose to engage in close combat. But once they got close, what defense in the world could withstand the sharpness of the Tribulation Sword? Therefore, although this move seemed to be passive defense, it actually contained an extremely secretive strategy to lure the enemy. It was used to defend and counterattack, turning defeat into victory. It could be said to be the best choice. More often than not, some of the more powerful enemies would fall here. As one of the previous tribulations, the Dharma Supreme was also the most important think tank. How could he not know this?